Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. All right. Everything looks okay. I've opened the pages that I wanted. Nice to see everybody here. Hope everyone is all right. And we will start this live show. And here we go. So I've got all my pages open. Everything looks fine. Okay, so welcome aboard, everybody, to this live show that we have every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And of course, we talk about radio and have fun with radio, tune the bands, and just our great gang together. And of course, my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And this is where we just hang out on Saturdays and just enjoy our time together with radio. There's a beautiful chat room where you can actually join in, say hello, and enjoy the moment with other great people. And we say it all the time. I say it all the time. We have the best gang ever. So this is the place to be. And when that is over, well, we have a Facebook group where you can join in with 4,000, almost 4,400 members now. So it's pretty cool. And we share what we're listening to, the radios we use. People talk about their own radios and give their opinion of what they, what they like, don't like, and so on. And so it's always a lot of fun, lots of feedback, lots of great radio time together. And there's going to be a little bit of talk today. I'm going to talk a little more about the M-Lite 880 that I got right next to me here, plugged into my external antenna. There's something that I came across, which is kind of an interesting radio, a Ligiani RD239 kind of version 3, which has VHF capability up to 200 megahertz, which I kind of found interesting to see. And we'll see what else we can do. We'll tune the bands, we'll chase number stations, we'll just have fun with radio today as usual. So let's start saying hello to everybody in the chat room. And this week where we had a fantastic mission going to the moon, which is very nice. I watched the launch, and I look every day at the live stream, seeing where they are. They're more than halfway to the moon now, so this is pretty cool. And it's kind of for somebody like me that loves space exploration and astronomy. And that wasn't around way back in '69 when the Apollo missions went to the moon. It's kind of a cool thing because it's kind of reliving a little bit of that excitement from the good old days of the Apollo mission. So it'll be pretty cool to continue and watch all of this. Cheers, everybody! I got a beer, and so let's say hello to everyone. All right, Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. We have Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Nice to have you on board. Concerning the Zoom meeting, because he's got a question about the Zoom, I had no idea tomorrow was Easter. I just took for granted that tomorrow was a standard Sunday. So there will not be a Zoom tomorrow because I just didn't look at the calendar properly. I thought Easter was a little later, but for some reason, I don't know why. So you know what? We'll choose. We'll have the next one at the end of the month, the last Sunday. I'll post the link here a little later if you want to register in advance. And we'll have that. I think it's going to be better like that, for sure. Something is not right. Let me just check out here. There's something wrong with the upload of YouTube. Okay, we'll see if that is fine. If there's choppy video, something's not right. The upload isn't going right. I don't know if you guys have problems with the video, and I see that there's drop frames. I might not be. Let's just see here what I'm going to do. I think I can stop the stream and restart it. So let me just check this out because, okay, let's make sure that this, okay, now it's back up. And we'll see what's happening with that. Do you guys see that there were some drop frames and the video seemed weird? Out of curiosity. Let me just check out here. Speed test. I want to check if my internet is fine at my point. So, yeah, my connection seems good. I'm getting a good throughput, so I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that because, yeah. Seems okay, but no, it's dropped again. Let me try to fix that for a second here. I'm going to stop and restart the stream. Stop. Okay, no. No, I want to do something. Okay. I'm gonna continue on. My internet is fine when I look at the speed. So it seems to be a YouTube issue. I got drop frames, but now it seems to hold steady. So we'll keep it like that. And if it's too much of a problem, maybe we'll just redo another, because I see that there's dropped frames from time to time. Yeah, there you go. Starting again. Okay, wait a minute, guys. I'm going to do something here. Let me check this out. I don't know why it's like something happening every now and then. There, the connection's okay. So sorry, guys. So let's continue like this, see how it goes, and we'll see if I restart a stream again. Maybe if it continues to do it too often, I'll restart the stream. So, like I said, the Zoom will be at the end of the month, as I was unable to compute in my head that tomorrow was Easter Sunday. Shortwave Signals 23, nice to have you on board from sunny Florida. Tosin Love from Alabama, nice to have you here. ZY3WR, anyone have an idea what happened to Radio Filipinas? It's not on the air at any frequencies. My guess for Radio Filipinas is that since they don't own their own transmitters, they have to rely on the USAGM, which is running Radio Free Asia and the Voice of America and all of that. And because it's an ongoing battle and an ongoing, we don't know what happens with all of that, I think the problem lies with them. It might be possible that they've sent out the information, told them what frequencies they wanted to use, and maybe nobody, or for some reason they didn't do anything and change frequencies, and they're not transmitting them for some reason. So right now, I would guess the problem is on the end of that part, the USAGM, not working the transmitter, and so they're off the air. Remember that Radio Pilipinas does not have its own transmitter site. Just like Radio Thailand, it relies on the USAGM, the US service that oversees the shortwave transmissions around the world. And so I'm pretty sure it must be that problem. USAGM not handling the new frequencies and all of that. So I guess you could, is it going to come back? I don't know. It could be days. It could be there's something definitely happening, but I'm pretty sure it's not Radio Pilipinas' problem. It's really USAGM not doing the job they should be doing to keep him on the air. So Tosanov, nice to have you here. Rotten Animal from Toronto, nice to have you here. 98.6 New York, nice to have you here. Shuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. And 5KVO South Texas. Brian Leesner from Philadelphia, nice to have you here. And by the way, Brian Leesner and Blogger Die, thank you both for your donations. Remember, guys, that if you want to help out, if you want to have this continue all the time, your donations are most welcome and very useful. Through the Super Chat here, you can do it, or you can do the pizza fund and cat treats by PayPal and at the email that I just posted. It is much appreciated. You guys have no idea how it is helping out. Your donations have really, really helped me continue with this really Saturday live shows and so on. The only thing missing now, I need to make more videos in the weeks. Try to find a little more time, and that's I'm working on it. I'm actually started to clean up my my pile of trash that's everywhere here. I'm the real YouTuber that you see those jokes going around that, like the part you see here is kind of nice, but the rest of the room is junk, and I'm kind of there. So I am working now because, when it gets too messy, what happens? You don't feel like working. You don't feel like doing stuff. And so I thought, no, okay, it's time to clean this, throw away tons of things. By cleaning, I saw that I had 10 pairs of old running shoes that are all, come on, it's time to put them to the garbage. All sorts of things. So this will also inspire me. I'm going to clean the desks. I'm checking out what I could do here in the back to change what's on that table too. But I want it to be an inspiring place to make videos. So that's going to help out also. So we have Joe. Nice to have you here. 2 NHK frequencies to check, 2021. Japanese to Oceania on 9480. And the French to Central Africa on 12060. 212120. So cool. Drizzy Crafter's Kitchen. Nice to have you on board. Got my replacement GA490 this week. So nice to be hearing stations again. Cool. Nice to have you here, Paul in Vermont, AA1SU. Skidology, nice to have you on board from Southern Ontario. Hopefully get my live stream. I should get my GA490 loop. Cool. Yeah, hopefully you'll have that. And it's going to be installed and you'll be able to enjoy radio for sure. It's always fun to have an antenna up. Right now it's up. I was actually running it for a while yesterday and this morning on the M-Lite 880 has its own bias T. So I just plugged it directly, turned on the bias T, and it's kind of fun to use that. And since the GA490 goes all the way up to VHF, I also wanted to test the VHF bands, like the 2-meter band on that loop and stuff like that, see what I can hear. Also trying to get the NOAA weather low orbit weather satellites. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from sunny Seattle. Brian Leesner, nice to have you here. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. There was a 1940 RCA Victor 19K radio in great conditions. They wanted $650 for it. Wow. Paul Stockwell. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here, Dundee, Scotland. Old Radio says there was radios at the antique store, but I didn't buy any. I only bought 2 cameras and Edison Diamond Discs thick records. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Anthony France, nice to have you here from Florida. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. M7CUN. And yes, happy Easter to everybody. Or as I like to call it, Happy Chocolate Fest. Mr. Jason McIntyre, nice to have you here. Atori 6200, nice to have you on board. David Acosta, nice to have you here from West Texas. RG Dakota, nice to have you here. And we're at about 40 Fahrenheit right now, according to my weather station. We're supposed to have a lot of rain tonight, tomorrow, all day. Typical, I don't know why here. It's almost like a curse. It's like every Easter, it's almost always raining here. It's just crazy. Tristan, nice to have you here. Joseph in San Francisco Bay Area, nice to have you on board. Steve Spainhour, nice to have you here from Virginia. And a Shortwave Signals 23. And what else do we have? Old Radios. Next week there's a swap meet I'm going to. That's fun. There you could get maybe stuff sometimes for decent prices. Megan, nice to have you here from Commerce City, Colorado. Tori says, I'm noticing that the audio on the XH Data 808 seems to drop low when tuning 11 meters. I've never noticed a low audio on 11 meters. I would need to check it out. Actually, I need to check it out. I'm trying to find, you know what, how much a mess this place is right now. I have the original XH Data D808 out, and I'm searching for my Ceudon D808, which should be somewhere, and I can't find it. And I'm like, what the hell? Where is it? Because I want to test a few things. There's a few things that some of the viewers came to my attention with what they found, and I'm like, oh, I got to test and compare it to the new and the old again. Maybe I've missed something. So, but I can't find my new Ceudon version. So that tells you how messy this place is right now. When you lose radios and you can't find them, there's definitely something. There's definitely something that that needs to be done to clean up the place. So I'm gonna check that out. Let's see if I can spot a difference. I know that my original XH Data D808 is deaf below about 300 kilohertz in the long wave band. It really seems to be deaf when you just drop below 300 kilohertz. Um, so that is something I know on mine. And the newer one seems to be okay, but kind of interesting. Jim Gordon just returned from a holiday on the south coast of England. I was at a farm, and the lack of interference was incredible. I took my DX286 with me, and it lived to its reputation. When there's no noise, I mean, even radios that aren't that great become great radios. This is so amazing to have this low noise environment. When you find a spot that's just like that, you just want to stay there and never come back home. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Star Child 9, nice to have you here from Lachine and the southwestern part of the island of Montreal. Nice to have you on board. I'm located, for those that know Montreal, I'm located in an area called Rosemont. I'm in part near Bélanger and Saint Michel in Rosemont. Old radios doing things in the moon that was promised 50, 60 years ago. Yep. Old radio says the JCPenney radio was AM/FM, but has a phono auxiliary input. Hey, Gabriel. Oh, I got to answer your email. I completely forgot. I'm going to answer it this weekend. Promise. Nice to have you here, Gabriel, from Montevideo in Uruguay. Blagadai, nice to have you here from a warm and sunny patio in Central Virginia with the Grundig G4000A and 20 feet of wire up the tree. Pretty cool. And here we go. So the video output seem to have stabilized now. I guess there's a little something with YouTube at the beginning, because now I'm getting no more drop frames in this. I'm getting a steady output of 10 megabits per second on the video. So it looks good now. Atari says, I still have not fixed my ICOM R75. That won't power on. I am thinking about cutting the ends off of the original adapter that came with it and connecting the end to the Strong 7 amp power supply. Does not the ICOM R75 doesn't not have a fuse in it? I know that the R8500 like this has one. And I'm wondering if you don't have a fuse on that R75 also. Maybe it's just a burnt fuse. Danny Esber, nice to have you here. Joseph, okay. Ed Sim1, nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. YouTube refuse hit your channel for at least 5 minutes when I searched. Yeah, I guess there was some kind of glitch on the YouTube feed. Because here I could see what the when I'm using OBS Studio, and I could easily see there's a frame rate. There's also the output in kilobits per second, and it's color coded. So when the output goes below a certain level, then it comes yellow or red. And I immediately noticed that it changed in color a few times, but now it's rock solid now. So we're back to normal. We're back to normal. So free to choose. Bonjour, bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you here. Stan Nickel, nice to have you here. Megan says many streams watched the last few days have had the same issues. There was a weird issue this week with YouTube. When I would upload videos, it would not give any of the statistics. And you would go in your YouTube studio, and it was an empty YouTube studio. There was nothing, no indication of anything. I was like, what the hell? Okay, you could still watch videos, you could still upload them, but you just had absolutely no details in the YouTube studio this week for a while. Lagodiah says this radio works 100 times better with an antenna. What do you have here? So Melbourne, wow, nice to have you on board from Melbourne, Danny. Marco Davi, nice to have you here from London. Kevin, any tips for how to detect what you see on the internet is real? I'm talking about false AI stuff. Yeah, if it's a picture, there's a couple of websites that actually you could upload the picture, and the website will tell you if it's an AI picture. It can detect it. The problem is, I don't know if it works or can work with video, but the problem, this is the biggest problem right now, and I see it. I, sometimes get caught watching those little TikTok reels for like 10 minutes. And some of them some of them I know just by the way it's, things are moving, that it's fake. Some of them you kind of guess it must be. And some, I gotta say, they're getting so good that it's getting very tough to really know. Some are like, the best way I've seen yet to detect is really look at the video, and often there's exaggerations that it's like, nah, that couldn't be. It's, or if something just looks like it, I can't see, for example, I saw one with cats, and it's like, no, I can't see cats doing that. I, I know enough about cats that know their behavior. They wouldn't do that. So it's like it brings you to, yeah, okay. They made an AI video with cats to make them do something, but no, I don't see a cat doing that. But I got to say, it's getting tougher and tougher all the time. And apart from the pictures that you can use some of those websites, it's really observation and thinking. Also, think about, is that even possible? Altoid, any update on the M-Lite 880? We're going to come to that in not very long. I'm going to talk about it and give you some of my impressions, and who it's for and who it's not for. Lauren Motz, YouTube refuses to show live stream when I search a channel from a fresh browser. That's YouTube for you. TVDXer, bonjour, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien, nice to have you on board. So Kevin, thank you for the tip, 90 degrees in St. Pete today, wow. So, and have a great weekend thus far, that is great. I see, because I'm subscribed to your channel, I get all of these little updates of all the things the videos that you post, and I gotta say, I just love them. It's like I'm doing a virtual tour of your of Florida, your vicinity in Florida, and showing all those little things. I know you're doing it for yourself, kind of like a video souvenir thing on YouTube, but I find them fascinating. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Jasmine doesn't like my, I guess, my big mess in my room. Atari, if you did not know, as it happens from CBC has a podcast. And CBS has discontinued radio in USA except for a few stations. Yeah, the CBS News part, the capsules of news from CBS News are discontinued. I don't remember of yeah, so yeah, as it happens is always good, is a good show on the CBC. Jasmine, 10 pairs old running shoes. You know what? They're not smelly. I don't I zero. Zero. I am one of those that does not really have much of a problem with odors when with my shoes and my feet. So they're not, of course you're not going to put your face in it, but they're not bad. It doesn't smell. It doesn't smell. But it's time that I throw them away. ZY3WR, are the 5900 and 6005 really on the USAJM thing, or is that a different channel? The 59001 German language was off, but the 605 in French was on for a 30-minute block. No, these the 6005 and 5900 are different relays. 5900, I believe, comes from the Bulgaria transmitter site, and 6005, let me check here. 6005 is coming from 6005. So if you look at the Taiwan, yeah, same thing, Bulgaria too. The Taiwan radio, Taiwan French to Europe, it's Bulgaria. It's a Bulgaria relay, so it's the transmitter sites in Bulgaria, basically. Brian Leesner, I can help myself at least. I got $10 off with a coupon and loyalty points to Lee Gianni. Will be here tomorrow. I may not be if my wife see the package. So you're hiding radios. It's like, people, alcoholic people, they are hiding their drinking. But you're a some kind of shortwave aholic. So it's like you gotta hide your radios from your wife. um, GMAC, happy Passover all, and greetings from East Tennessee. Nice to have you here. Yeah, me the 22nd for CBS news outlet. There's NBC that offered to take the place. I didn't even know NBC had these radio news things. It is sad though. The CBS News, that's been on for more than 100 years. It's it's history going away. It's like when we lost WCBS 880 New York, which was very sad. Toast and low, smell-o-vision. Andy New, thank you for the tip. That reminds me of when I was playing some adventure games, and there was a Leisure Suit Larry edition with a scratch and sniff card in it. David Acosta gonna be getting the Texan PL330 Wednesday. Cool. Great little radio. Bert at WF7I Homebrew. Nice to have you here from Virginia, mowing the lawn and listening. PVM, nice to have you on board. Old radios, if anyone's wondering, the cameras are Canon EE1 program and a Pentax K1000 SE. ZYR says ZY3WR. Also, it took like impossible to. It looks like impossible to listen to Radio Farda 5860. The bubble got upgrade. Yeah, it's meant to jam the Radio Farda. That's for sure. What else do we have? Brian Leesner, did you long press the A button to mute the M light undocumented? Well, I accidentally, the first day I had it, I accidentally did it. And I figured, but looking at the drawings below the A button, it kind of was obvious that it was, oh, that's a mute button. Because there's drawings that kind of show speaker on and off. So it's like, oh, okay. At first I thought, the reason I pressed it is at first when I saw that the little, what looked like little speaker icons, I thought, oh, the volume. Maybe that's a volume. But then I pressed and hold the button and it's like, oh, mute. It's a mute button. All right. So I learned that, like, I think in the first 20 minutes I had the radio. Old radios. My dad says I was more scared of my folks calling the Easter Bunny when I misbehaved than Santa. Chuck Davis wants more Canadian radio shortwave stations and radio. Stephen Wright, going to treat myself to a Texan H501X. Do you still rate this radio? If you're to pay that amount of money, yeah, and you're okay with a big radio, I'd go with the S2200X instead. Than the H501X, which probably costs the same price. That's what I would be doing, honestly. I mean, it's a good radio, but there's a little bit of, if you like listening to the 10-meter band, for example, amateur radio, or 11 meters, there's a wobble in the single sideband. And that is much better on the S2200X. In terms of audio, I mean, the audio is amazing in this. The FM stereo with the two speakers, things like that. And I mean, it's still a great radio, but I don't know. I would, if you want, if it depends the size on the radio also that you want, because the S2200X is an amazingly big radio. It's one of those big radios like in the good old days. So if you don't tune above 25 megahertz really much, for the rest it's an amazing radio. Archer's Alley Crouch's Kitchen. I was disappointed in low volume of photos from Artemis 2 till I realized it's so hard to send digital files hundreds of thousands of miles away in high res. Yeah, there's all sorts of limits. I mean, they're going far, so and they have already a lot of telemetry and things to send out. They are sending some video of the capsule itself, stuff like that, in live, but yeah. Toast and love. It seems like streams always manage to bring out the technical problems if they can happen. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. What do we have? Tori National Shortwave Festival, May 1st and 2nd. Yeah, we're going to talk about that also because the registration is open. And so we're going to talk about it a little bit. Kev Michael, nice to have you here. 11 meter band is opening from South America and New Zealand. YouTuber Radio XH Data, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well. Yeah, well, the technology moves so fast that I would guess that, you also need to have a way to detect these as the pictures are getting better and better and more difficult to detect any patterns. There will be at some point a moment where it will be literally impossible to detect. And this is where we need rules to force anyone with AI driven videos, pictures, and so on you have to say it. You have to say it's made with AI. Because it's getting better all the time. And, I can still, I kind of, tell myself that I can still, for the most part, see what's fake and not, but it's going to get tough at some point. We're going to be like, and the problem is there's so much people that are believing what they see, and that is dangerous. Brian Leesner immediately dismissed the low noise amplifier as junk, then I became curious and now happy. So yeah, that's pretty much what I do. When I look at stuff, if I look at a video, I'm kind of no, that don't look real. A lot of them that I see right now, a lot of what I see right now is like videos with animals that you're like, no, that can't be. That doesn't work like that. Some you can detect when there's a lot of movement. Some you can detect by just looking at how things move, because you could see that's like physics does not move objects like that in that environment. But that's something that I don't know. It's kind of a lot of observation. A lot of observation and a lot of looking at what you see. One of the major things on pictures is that they're too beautiful. There is such a thing as no, it's too beautiful. It's too perfect. That is not a real picture because it's too perfect. So there are all sorts of things like that 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 you can kind of focus on. But it is difficult, and in some cases, very tough. Very tough. Tori, there's a fuse inside the R75. It looked okay. Yeah, tested with a multimeter. Tested for short. Because sometimes it's not always that easy to, the fuse might look okay, because it's not always obvious that the fuse is like, the filament is broken. Sometimes you look at it and you're like, yeah, it seems okay. And then you test it and you're like, oh, it's not okay. So especially if it doesn't come on at all, I suspect either the fuse, and the other thing is, did you check the power supply? Did you check the power supply? Because often when a device doesn't turn on at all, doesn't do anything, it's very often a very simple issue. It rarely is a big problem. It can, of course, electronics can fail, but I would not be surprised that it's something very simple. Marvin Mutz, says, playing with my new $70 Malahite SDR knockoff. Now I can watch pretty colors to go with all the QRM that has taken over. Dave, nice to have you here from Niagara. No problem, Kevin. Jasmine, spring cleaning time is here, Jill. Yes, I know. A little bit of paint to feel better in the place you live and work. Exactly. This is exactly what I need to do. It's going to be painful because I know it's going to be painful. And I know I'm going to finish with a lot of garbage bags. But it's, then I'll get back here and I'll be like, yeah, okay, now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. I have this bad habit of taking something out, not putting back in place. And I have this bad habit of taking something and it's like, oh, look at that, and just dumping it there. It's like, okay, let's put it here. It's like, no, no, no. I gotta have more discipline. Oh, all the time, toast and loaf. Every time I did a big cleanup, I found stuff and like, oh, look at that. One thing that I still need to do that I have here, and you know what? Maybe just a live show of just doing that would be entertaining. I got this huge box, and a huge box. That box was transferred when I moved here 26 years ago. Contains pretty much wires and all sorts of parts and all sorts of stuff, all jam-packed together. And it's been like that for 26 years, and it's been so much like that now when you try to take something, it's like the whole box wants to come with you, because it's all kind of, the wires are all kind of tangled and everything just wants to come up as one big part, but there's like tons of stuff in there. And I was like, one thing that I had told my nephew is like, hey, you know what could be fun? Yeah. When I start my cleanup, yeah, come over, we'll have a beer, and we'll start looking at what's in the surprise box that I haven't seen for 26 years, what's in it. And of course, we all know, it's like I kept these stuff, but it's like if I haven't gone in there in 26 years, I don't need it. But you know what? I'm going to find some stuff in there, vintage stuff. One thing that I hope is in there that I'm thinking, I have an old Commodore calculator, electronic calculator with, the little red LED in the display, that was given to me by my mom at Christmas in 1980. And it's a scientific calculator made by Commodore. And I really, really hope it's in there, because I'd like to have that. It's vintage, cool stuff. So I remember opening it and being surprised that it uses a 6502 processor in it, which makes sense. Commodore made their own chips, so with CMOS chips. So it's like, it cost them nothing to use that. So anyways, that would probably be in itself an entertaining live show. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you here from East Central Florida. John Beckham, happy Easter. Nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Jasmine says, when a guy says something doesn't smell, I say sure and hold my nose. Well, Paul the cat, when I started taking some out, Paul the cat put his face in it. So I guess they can't be that bad. Yeah, I seem to remember something about that, Tosanlof, a USB plug-in device that would give you smells depending on what you would see in a video or on screen or something. Kind of cool. Kev Michael says, last night 332 kilohertz POA beacon, POA Big Island, Hawaii, unclear. Okay. So Y3WR Radio Romania in English at 9740 and weak on 7220 right now. There's echo for some reason. Usually when you hear an echo is because you're hearing long path. So what an echo on a transmission, most of the time, is telling you that you are hearing direct and you're hearing the other signal going all around the world. And because of the distance between both, it is enough that you actually hear a slight echo in the voice. Let me try 9740 here. And I got this. Yeah, I could slightly hear 9740, not 7220. I got this really bad interference right now. 25 megahertz WWV's coming in with a pretty good signal right now. And of course, I've got CHU on the icon here. Jasmine bandwidth will be an issue until they switch to laser communications. Toast and Love, they need more camera on the next Artemis. Yeah. Yeah. So let's add user. Here we go. Look at that. There we go. Okay, next. Look at IWJHR, Milton, Florida, 15555. Wow, I haven't heard that one in a long time. Upper sideband. Yeah. Not very strong, but it's there here. Look at that radar signal up there. Man. Let's go up here. Let's go to an AM mode. Oh, this is the around 910, 15, 910-ish. 905. That's the financial trading stations. Oh, it just went off. I still haven't heard one ID in Morse code. Oh, it's back. It is back. I still haven't heard one of those ID in Morse code. They're supposed to ID in Morse code at least something like at least every 30 minutes or something. Brian Leesner SDR Connect has night reduction, but both the Malahite radios do better. Yeah, but on the software, it can be improved. So with time, I would guess that they're going to have it better and better. Kevin says our hobby needs more honest pricing. I was just looking at the Uniden S150 that lists for around $950 US. Do you want a spare battery, better antenna, and DMR and other digital capabilities? $1,600. Yeah, these are expensive. I mean, it's definitely one of those devices that, unless you're a real, I like to play with one of them, honestly, but I'm not going to pay that amount of money for those. It's just too expensive, unfortunately. Just too expensive. That's for sure. Let me just check here. I'm going to check the emails. Emails. And let's continue on. So here we go. Okay, nothing here. So it's, you know, it's crazy, but you know, they are beautiful. I look at what they do, and they're, you know, you program them with the database. It's kind of an easy program. You just put in your zip code or your postal code, and it knows all the stuff with the different modes, and it's already all pre-programmed for you. Kind of cool, kind of cool. And there's a lot of digital modes that they do, but yeah, the price. I ain't, you know, I ain't paying $1,000 for a radio. Those days are pretty much gone of, you know, paying $1,000 for a radio. Chasman, rules like that won't prevent it. People lie all the time. Oh, for sure. But, you know, if you still at least do a rule, do a law, and put a fine next to it, it will at least lower part of it. You know, it will diminish the number of AI stuff that we don't know about. Oh, it won't take it away. That's for sure. You know, there's always somewhere. You know, here we have the big scandal, a maple syrup scandal going on right now. So Quebec is a big producer of maple syrup, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in the world. And you know, I always buy my maple syrup from the same place every year. And I bought 2 gallons of maple syrup because I do use a lot of maple syrup. There's one of the sugar shacks, one of the places where they sell maple syrup. It's been discovered that they put half of the can is a maple syrup and the other half of the can is water with sugar in it. And so it's only one place that they come from. But everybody immediately noticed, we're not here. Maple syrup is so anchored in our genes that if you give me maple syrup that's fake, I'm going to tell you immediately it's fake. It's we know. So the guy's like, oh, well, you know, I didn't do anything. It's like, yeah, you know, talking about people that don't, that lie all the time. So it's like, yeah, okay, gotta be careful everywhere. Keith McNeil, what is a good price for a used ICOM ICR 8500? That's a tough question to answer at my point of my perspective, because I wouldn't pay much for a used one personally. You know, if you get one for I'd say if you get one that's $200 or $300 in good working order, you know, it might be a decent price. I mean, you've got portables at that price, so you get a tabletop. But remember, and this is always the point that I always want to, you know, say is it's old technology. It's an old analog radio. If you buy it from someone that used it for years, you're buying an old radio that, you know, it has known flaws. The R8500 has known flaws because they did two or three revisions of it. And the first version and I think the second version are prone to failure over time. The one I have is the latest revision, and I think they fixed it. But, you know, I'll know in time. I mean, now it's incredible how time flies. This 8500 is now, and it's going to be 20 years old in 2 years from now, 3 years from now. This is incredible. This thing is going to be 20 years old in about 2 to 3 years. And remember that there's so much new stuff. You know, I wouldn't buy one for a reason. If rather than buying a used R8500, I'd buy an SDR, which has so much more to offer and so much more options that, you know, when you're using the radio. And even portables, you know, like the portables we have today with, you know, tons of bandwidths and stuff. This you're stuck with, you know, like it worked in the day. The bandwidths that are pre-installed, you can add one more, or, and try to find one for which is too expensive. If it's very simple. When I purchased this, we weren't still in the era of SDRs everywhere. We weren't in the age of tons of portables everywhere that have all of these features. So it was still kind of like in the old days, you'd buy a radio, and I bought this one particularly because I wanted to have the VHF capability with single sideband. But if, SDRs existed when I purchased this, I would not have this. I would have purchased an SDR. I mean, this was expensive. I purchased brand new. I can tell you that this was an expensive radio. And somehow, I do reviews and I'm tough on some of the radios. I can tell you that this radio's good. Is it amazing? No. There's nothing that amazes me on this thing. Not really. Except, in an environment like I live in, it doesn't overload on anything. And that's often typical of expensive desktops. But for the rest, it's just a radio that goes from long wave to 2000 megahertz, doesn't have any digital modes or anything in here. This is true analog from the good old days. So, I tend to say don't pay too much for one of those. Then after that, well, comes we say it all the time, the nostalgia, the desire to, somebody for the last 30 years of his life has been drooling over an ICOM ICRD 500, always wants, always wanted one. Yeah, he might be tempted to pay more because it's the radio of his dreams. But always compare the price you're going to pay for an old radio with what you can get brand new, and often do a lot more and is a lot better than those old radios. Oh yeah, a lot of bots on the X accounts and stuff. Lots of bots everywhere. There's even YouTube has bots. There's a lot of fake stuff and a lot of things. It's just crazy. It's like there's a lot of accounts that are just not real people. Tustin Love, there's sort of a conflicting thing with artwork versus misleading things where artwork in the same category is fake. Yeah. Jasmine, the best defense against AI is a well-tuned human brain. Yeah, but at some point, even a well-tuned human brain will have a hard time noticing if you do it right. Kevin wants to see Mr. Paul doing TikTok dance. There's one TikTok guy that I find funny. He's got an orange cat like Paul. He resembles Paul. And there's like this little, piano tune, like one of those soap opera tunes. And his TikTok videos always starts with, the phrase he uses is something like, today on Orange and Jobless. And then he has the cat like sleeping on the couch. Well, I'll send you a picture of Paul, Jasmine. And then show us what you made with it. D. Scott Nathan, nice to have you on board. You're an uppercase. So North Boston, New York. Finally, so if you're in the chat room, Mr. LNA guy, I tried it. The one that claims to do 6 gigahertz. Old radios. There was a Commodore 128 with the disk drives and monitor at the antique store. They wanted 400. They go for a pretty high price. I've not seen any Commodore 64s without, you know, that standalone below about $250. They're going for a high price today. Yeah, it may be a power supply. What you could do if it's, you know, if it's a power supply, just either find a plug. I don't know what plug the R75, but the on the ICOM it was it's a weird plug, but it came with the it came with also a standard like, you know, one of those standard power supply plugs that you get in. You just have to have the correct polarization and a power supply that's powerful enough to power it, and it's good to go. There's Other Crafter's Kitchen. The worst is when you look for something and then while looking realize that you threw it out years ago. Yeah, that happened to me a few times. All right, Jasmine, I will. I'll send you a couple of pictures of Paul so that you have maybe one that will be better to work with. I'll be happy. Where are we? So we're at 21 UT, 21 8. What else do we have? Let me check it out here. Preom in 11 minutes. We're supposed to have, we're going to try that. M12 spy number station on 11075. That's 11074 upper sideband. That's in 11 minutes time. So, all right, let's continue down. Just, okay. 49 coming there. So if you're using Azure Connect, you have greatly improved noise reduction in the version 108. Yeah, there's a new version. I need to download it. Radio HF, nice to have you here, Sheldon from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Tristan, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Tristan feels like spring has finally arrived in Seattle. We had a radio meet up in Cal Anderson Park last week. Mostly mesh radio stuff, but some people brought portable SDRs. Cool. Cool. MM7BFL radio. Nice to have you here from Scotland. Old radios. Oh yeah, it's that time for the it's that time of the year of the 10 Commandments and that the what is it, the very long movie on Jesus. These are always coming back on the Easter. Brian Lee's doing WRMI with a strong signal. SDR Connect is almost 100% clean of static. Eddie Broy, my last high price radio is the IC705. Love it, but yep, a lot of money. Yeah, my last big spending was on the Yaesu FTDX10. I'm happy to have it, but you know, I don't see any purchases of this size soon. Rennie Charbonnier, nice to have you on board from the Netherlands. VT Radio was given an ICOM IC706 MK2G for the family, from the family of a silent key. Got it on FT8 already. It works very well. Looks like it will also do 60 meters. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Artist Auto Crafter, sellers on eBay asking $1,300, $1,400 US for unblock RD500. Forget it. You don't buy that at that price. I wouldn't even buy it at 500. Totally not worth it. Dave says, I still got my $800 R71A from the 9090, but the SDR Play and Malahite DSP2 are far better. Oh, yeah, we got all of these things today that are just so amazing. So amazing. Yeah, we were in a, Joseph, we were in a G3 class geomagnetic storm last night. So that was the reason why it wasn't very good. So I'm going to take a little break, guys. I'm just going to go and make sure that everything's all right. And I will come back. I put my radio on the next, what should be a number station, 11075 CW, M12, coming out of Russia. And I will be back in a few minutes with another beer and just checking out everything. All right. So back in a few seconds, guys. I'm hearing it. 11075. 11075 is here. Not very strong, but it's there. Not very strong, but it's there. So let me find my spot, and here we go. Okay, so hey, welcome for those that joined in. 11075, not very strong, but I hear the M12 spy number station. If you don't have a radio that does CW, you can go on 11074 upper sideband, just 1 kilohertz below an upper sideband, to check that out. Remember, if you like what I do, there's the super chat where you can give a little something, and it's always helpful. Actually, you've been really helping out with continuing these live shows and continuing on the channel with the content. There's also the fund for the pizza fund and Paul and the cat treats. And of course, like I said, these are very helpful in me continuing to do this. You guys have been wonderful. And thank you so much for your donations. It is so much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Emil Johnson, nice to have you here. Still some broadcasts on long wave here in Europe. 198 kilohertz still going strong. Nice to have you on board. And John Beckham, did Radio Marti lower the transmitting power? Not that I know of. Here they're still coming on, like coming strong like crazy. I've not noticed anything, and I've not heard anything about lower power. It could be if you hear them less well or not as strongly, it could simply be propagation conditions. Perry and Sherbrooke, nice to have you on board. Jaywind, nice to have you here. Says, back in the day, I could only dream of having those expensive older radios. I feel so fortunate to have my PL 880 and SDRs. Yep. And, you know, those radios like the PL 880 and the SDRs are so much less expensive than anything that was high end back then. And they perform as well, if not better. Mike B, on day 7 of journey, crew of the ISS and the Artemis crew are supposed to contact each other. Yeah, that will be kind of cool. Absolutely. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. Kevin Michael, ever used the Grundig Satellite 700? I want one. Nope, never. Pretty choose. How much did you pay for your FTDX10? I bought it at Radio World in Toronto for something like it was on sale at like I think it was 1950, 1,950 plus tax plus shipping. So it came up to 2,300 bucks. Yeah, but there's the very long. Isn't there like a 6-hour kind of Life of Jesus movie that is like they always play it in 2-hour parts on TV because it's so long. Michael Kroom, nice to have you here. What's good? On what? Jasmine, by the way, if you have an unlocked phone that's been made since 2019, hold on to it. They are going up in value. Okay, so I'm going to hold on for my Galaxy S22. My Galaxy S22 is still very functional, and I'm keeping it, actually. I'm using it for all sorts of things. This is my old phone. I got my new S26 now. So, which I put in this case, which I love. I almost didn't buy a new phone, but the S22 is 4 years old, and I do see a huge difference in performance. Year after year, you don't. You buy the one, if you got the one last year, don't buy the one today. You won't see a difference. But 4 years makes enough time that I notice a speed difference. So Jasmine says, yeah, one of the photos of the from Artemis showed 2 aurora from the geomagnetic storm. Oh, I'd like to see that. I haven't seen those photos. Eliana Diaz, welcome aboard. Old radios, there was a trend in the 50s to make really long movies with overtures and intermissions to get people away from TV. And what else do we have? Dan, nice to have you here. To also note, there was several people asking why they couldn't see any stars on the Artemis camera, thinking it was fake. It's basically daytime all the time, and you can't really see stars. It's not just that; it's the contrast. It's pitch dark, and and if there's something in the camera, it's very bright. So do the same thing with a phone camera, a good quality phone camera. You notice that the camera pointing at what's what's in the light is overwhelmed. So it, of course, will lower its sensitivity, and you won't see any stars. Because it's not a question of daylight. There's no daylight in space. It's always dark, and if you are watching, if you point a sensitive camera at just the dark, it will show all the stars. There's they're always, the stars are always there, even if the sun's shining, because there's no atmosphere. There's nothing to make a block the view of the stars. It's really more of a question of the contrast. The fact that the camera showing you something that is brightly lit makes the camera less sensitive, which means in the dark, you won't see stars in the dark part of that same. If that camera would be moved away from anything that is lit and is sensitive enough, it would show the stars. It would see it. Jasmine, I guess I'm trying to understand why people would choose to watch it in a theater and have it longer than just waiting for it on TV. It's a question of, there's lots of reasons people like to go to the theater to do something like that. It's kind of a social event. You can have it in your living room, yeah, but there's something different. And back in the day, you got to remember that TVs were tiny. Most TVs were not very big, so theaters were the place to be to see it on a big screen. My WX50. Nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas, John Beckham. That chair looks lonely without Jill sitting on it. No commercials, but you know what, Jasmine? There were less of them back in the day. Like if you go back to the 60s, there were not as many commercials. They would not annoy you as much as today's TV does. Dan, in the 50s, there wasn't internet and social media, so more of a social event than just watching a movie. Yep. Well, honestly, I got a 65-inch Samsung TV in my living room. For me here, watching a movie the experience is great. It's as good as being in the movie theater, But Jasmine, the last movie I saw in a movie theater was Nope, and only because my friends dragged me to see it on the big screen for full effect. It's a social thing. It's like, you go there with your friends, and I was a big theater buff when I was from teenager to maybe in my 30s. I would go to see every single movie at the theater that would come out. It was like there was a ritual. For me, it was a ritual to do that. So just ended, and in 9 minutes there's going to be another one on 12138 CW. Yeah, Lawrence of Arabia. WF7I Homebrews, looking forward to Naswa. Well worth the modest fee for the program. Very professional, interesting, and helpful. I have my woodside hammock ready to go to hang and watch the show. Yep, we'll be at me and Sheldon will be taking the hospitality suite, so that people that want to go in and out from the different events and want to just hang out and talk will be handling that for the 2 days of the event. And usually what I do here for the Shortwave Fest is I have two computers running, one with the presentations and the other one with the hospitality suite. For you guys that wonder what we're talking about, so we're coming up to the SWL Fest, the Shortwave Fest from Naswa Shortwave Fest, which coming up May 1st and 2nd. It is an event that is both in person for those that want to be there in Pennsylvania, and also a Zoom event. You can now register. The registration fees for the Zoom event are $15, and the in-person event is $65. I'm trying to remember how much. So you can register right now by sending your $15 registration fee. There will be presentations. So to give you an example, Friday, May the 1st will be the annual free broadcasting pirate radio report by Larry Will. There will be the shortwave mission of world Christian broadcasting by Paul Ladd. WRMI and shortwave radio in 2026 by Jeff White. That's going to be interesting to see. Recent developments in the portable HT radio space by Dan Robinson. Phase looped arrays by Jeff Eichner. There'll be a break. Then they're coming back in memoriam that Sheldon will have of the radio personalities that passed away. Then there will be Don't Try This at Home, the turbulent history of KWDB FM 101 by Tracy Wood. Shortwave Shindig Live goes on. This is by David Gorin. On Saturday, there'll be the annual Scanning Utilities Report by Tom Swisher. There will be 30 years VHF signal propagation observations from southern New Jersey by Nick Langan. There will be the little-known story of Radio Noticias del Continente, Costa Rica, by Tracy Wood. Internet Radio Redux, reviving one thought useless internet radios, by Rob DeSantos. There will be Designing a Mobile App that Predicts FM Signal Strengths by Nick Langan. And so there were a lot more that could have been in there. There's a lot of stuff this year that they were trying to get in, but unfortunately there's not enough space for it. And of course there's, with that, the hospitality suite that me and Sheldon will host. It's a lot of fun, honestly, a lot of people, and it's just great to be there. So the in person is $50, by the way, and you have to be quick because there's 65 maximum of 65 in-person possibilities because of the size of the rooms. So if you plan to go to Fort Washington, Pennsylvania, it's $50 to attend in person, and do it quickly to make sure you got your spot. They don't accept anyone at the door. It doesn't work like that. And of course, the Zoom event, you just register and you'll get the links that you can use for both days once you register for the NASWA Shortwave Festival. It's always kind of fun. Last year I had a presentation that was a presentation on utility signals and utility monitoring. So 4 minutes, 12,138, and 4 minutes, 12,138. And 12,137 upper sideband if you are using upper sideband. And that's another number station from, oh yeah, that's a doorbell, but we'll leave it. They are, wait a minute. So they are a razor and blades that I ordered. So that's the, they're going to leave it downstairs. Okay. So yep, if you want to join in, guys, check it out, Shortwave Fest. I posted the link to the Shortwave Festival in the chat room, and it'd be fun to see you there, honestly. Okay. Oh, that's the movie Jesus of Nazareth. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Okay. Let me try to go down. Jasmine said that's about the only kind of theater going to go to. The film has to be something interesting and made for IMAX. Kevin Michaels getting 43.5, Shortwave Radio Australia. And 2310. John K6RXD, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. What else do we have? There's Crafter's Kitchen. Had 1107 for us USB, but weak but clear in Massachusetts. All right. Have a good dinner, Paul. What else do we have? Kevin Michael has Radio New Zealand 17675. I need to try it tonight. Kevin Michael, the moon mission. This should be at the moon tonight or tomorrow morning. Can't wait to see it. I've seen the moon landing in 69. Yeah, it's very long. It was like 6 hours. I remember that every year when it played, they either played the 6 hours or they played like for 3 days in a row up to like Easter Sunday. They would play 2 hours every night. They often would do that. And there we go. I'm hearing 12138. So 12138 coming in. Let's try that on the M-Lite. That is still on 25 megahertz, and the M-Lite's on 25. And listening to WWV right now.
At the show, 21 hours, 41 minutes, coordinated universal time.
Now, if I put 12138 and put myself in CW mode, and I remember I had to tune down. Oh, step. Yeah, it's coming in, but I've got a FM breakthrough there. I'm hearing some FM breakthrough on the radio, but I hear it through the FM breakthrough. So it's coming in. Black or die. They closed the restaurant on the moon. People said it had no atmosphere. Oh man. Like W50, the commercials at drive-in theaters were mostly to get you to visit the snack bar and buy stuff. Black Eye says commercials much less than live show today. Sometimes they can't find the type of ads that go with the content. So when that happens, there's less ads. I like going to the theaters from time to time, but it's so expensive today. It's just crazy. It's like you go see a movie, and if you want to have popcorn and Coke and chocolate, and you end up going, and it's costing you $50. DH180, 1969, the two TV shops in our small German village had TVs running in their showrooms and a loudspeaker glued to the window so that people without a TV could follow Apollo 11. Yeah, apparently there are even a lot of people in like going in front of the windows of the electronics store selling TVs, and the TVs there were showing the moon landing. People were standing outside through the window, through the glass, to watch it on their TVs because they didn't have TVs at home. It's funny to think that people don't have TVs at home when you look at how inexpensive a TV is today. But back then, man, TVs were very expensive. Nicole, G6BGV, nice to have you on board from a windy northwest England. I'm not even sure we still have drive-in theaters here around Montreal. I think they're pretty much all gone. Ron Seal, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael has some air communications on 17946. And by the way, if you're using the M-Lite to tune 12138 in the CW mode, you have to tune down to 12137.3 or 4 because it doesn't work well on the CW mode. It's not calibrated correctly on the CW mode. Okay, Michael, back in the 70s, those Easter movies were on ABC. They had limited commercials. I still like the theater viewing experience, but just feel like there are not as many good movies. A lot of sequels of everything. At some point, it gets tiresome. There's like not enough real new, cool, out of the blue movies. It's all like all right, coming this summer, part 6 of this, part 4 of this, part 3 of that. It's like, yeah, okay, all right. Um, Ajay Dakota, scene in the 2001 film was used as a special effect for ABC TV's killer announcement. Man. There's Mike WX50. Joe, did you say you are going to attend SL in person? No, I'm not. I'm going to be via Zoom. I'm going to be via Zoom. There's no way I'm going down there. So my favorite things on air now are documentaries of various types. Blogged Eyes got strong CW on 12138. RJ Dakota heard Radio New Zealand last night on 13690. I need to try it. Ron Steele, do you need license for a receiver? No, not a receiver. Not in most parts of the world, from what I guess. There could be exceptions in some countries, but from what I know, there's no license for a receiver. There used to be back in the good old days. You had need a license for purchasing a radio back in the day, but that is long gone. Just receiving, you don't need a license. You'll need a license if you purchase a transceiver. John K6RHD says, I wonder if the operatives use decoders probably, or they just know Morse code. They might. I wouldn't be surprised they're using decoders. I wouldn't be surprised also that it's being decoded. It's sent to an embassy rather than a specific person. So this could be received by some Russian embassy somewhere in Europe, and or several embassies, and they just have their own. Kevin Michael, 12137 there under the noise. Out of captures. Spy number is weak but clear on 12137 upper sideband. John, K6RXD, if I had to rely on my ability to copy Morse code, I would be fired from the spy program. I know that in the UK, that license requirement, there was some license requirement because part of that money went to like the BBC World Service, stuff like that. But I know that in some parts of the world, it could still be the case to have a license for either radio or TV. I don't think it's gone in every country around the world. But here in North America, no, we don't need any license. There's no license fees. Tristan, I picked up a low noise amplifier. I'm very impressed with it when used with a passive antenna like the U-loop, like significant boost in reception, which I knew about these years ago. So yeah, well, what you essentially are doing is turning that U-loop into a amplified magnetic loop, just like an MLA30. That's pretty much what they do. Recently, I read recently that Great Britain might get rid of that license fee that would hurt the BBC. Yeah, that is something that would hurt the BBC terribly. So it's kind of hard to. Jasmine. Oh, I'm not surprised. I know a lot of people, a lot of the younger generation today. A lot of people I know that a lot of them don't have a TV. They just they have their phones and they have their. If they have a laptop, they have a laptop, and they just watch everything there. And there it is. We just had that 138 number station. Anything else? What's the next thing coming up? Any other? Nope, the next is only at 0 UTC. So we've heard the number stations for now. And we're going to check it out. Check out the 25 meter band. There's a lot of signals tonight. Propagation looks pretty good. Pretty good. And I saw somewhere in the comments the ABC that would have their Sunday night movies. Oh man, when we had cable, when we finally had cable when I was a teenager, that was one of the first things that I was watching every Sunday night. I was on that ABC movie night thing. And that's where I saw The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, and that movie in Antarctica for the first time. And man, Matt, nice to have you here, MDK2 in Colorado on my way home from work, so can't chat, but I thought I'd point it out. I've seen more good new movies in the past 12 months than preceding 12 years. So, all right. That is good news. Like I really don't watch TV. In the UK, they license receivers at one time. I have a TV. I have two TVs, but none of them for me is to watch TV in general. Well, the other one is because um, the person I'm taking care of is watching um, that TV. So it's like we've got cable and we've got Netflix and Prime and all of that to make sure that for somebody that's disabled and can't go out, there's as much choice as possible. But personally, in the day that I would be totally alone here, the first thing I would do is call the cable company and says, okay, I'm taking out the cable. I just want internet, nothing more. I would cut the cord for the cable. Too expensive for what it is pretty much what I think of cable TV. And the funniest thing is like the Super Bowl, every time, every year when I watch the Super Bowl, it's on one of the local networks here in Montreal. I watch it by putting rabbit ears on my big screen TV and just tuning the channel, and it works great. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Oxford County, Ontario, Canada. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. And what else do we have? What else do we have? Craig Martinetti says, have a magnificent Easter. The H1EO, I recently read that VOA is coming back on shortwave. This true would be great. Far from it, and the reason is, so a judge that gave his verdict said that Kerry Lake and anyways, all of what happened with VOA was illegal, and that everybody should go back to work and restart. And it only took a day or two for another court order to go through and say, nope, wait a minute. No. So we're stuck in court battles. Right now, all that's happening with VOA and USAGM is court battles. So are they going to come back? I don't see that happening this year. And it's always going to be a battle. There's always going to be somebody somewhere that says, no, I don't want to see that. And it's a political battle. It's very simple. Political battle. And it's sad. It's the way it is. Old radios, you got a smart TV and smart projector. I like big screen. Projectors are fun. I have a projector here, and one of the things I like to do is if I go to, because most of my friends have small TVs. I'm used to a big one here, so most of my friends have small TVs, and often if I go to a friend's house and they say, "Hey, we're gonna watch videos, we're gonna watch a movie or something," I always say, "Oh, you still have that big, nice white wall there in your living room?" And they're like, "Yeah, okay, I'm gonna bring my projector." Instead of watching it on your TV, we're going to watch it triple the size on that white wall. Toast love. My old DX440 was hard of hearing due to a lightning strike, and a preamp really made it work like new again without having to repair the radio. Yeah, because it boosted the signals. It became deaf, and you're boosting the signals to help it. Yeah. Yeah, The Thing. I love The Thing. It's just one of the best, for me, one of the best movies. It's just amazing. Apparently, when and that's coming in June, when there's that BBC Antarctic broadcast, apparently one of the yearly habits, the yearly thing that happens there. Apparently they watch the thing in the Antarctic base on that when on Antarctic broadcast. So apparently it's one of the things that they do every year. I'm not sure I would be secure as like being there and watching that movie. um So Blogger Guy's got the ordered a Malahide the DSP4. It's his main radio purchase for this year. Craig Martinetti watches Survivor 50. I used to watch Survivor a long time ago, for many, many seasons. We have, here, let's make it, I stopped listening. We have a Quebec Francophone equivalent of Survivor, which is as good, but it's really with, people from province of Quebec. And I started watching that because the first year that happened, a friend of mine was on Survivor Quebec. And I was like, oh, look, my friend is going to be on Survivor Quebec. How can I not watch my friend? He went up to the end. There were the two last, there were two guys. There were the two last guys. He was one of the two, but he's not the one that won the big prize. It's the other guy. But I mean, I was so amazed. It's like, wow, he went up to the end. Kevin Michael, 12 to 30. Some ham slow scan TV. Kevin Michael, ABC Saturday Night Movies. Dave, we cut the cord, just internet and cell phones. We do use an Android box and get a video on demand service for TV. I had heard they will come into your house and check to see if there's an antenna connected to your TV. GMAC, I put a TV antenna up 8 years ago and never looked back. Get 55 plus clear TV digital channels for free. I've always wondered if I'd put an outdoor antenna on my big screen TV here, what I would get. I know that some here that use outdoor antennas are getting all the CBS, ABC, NBC, PBS stations on their TV from, just outside of the border with a decent antenna. So that means, you're getting the essentials. You're getting the local stations. Here, I don't know, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 8 or 9 local digital stations that you get with your, rabbit ears on a big screen TV here in Montreal. At least 9, if not 10 stations. Plus, if you have a good antenna and hear the ones across the border, then you add CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS, and maybe others. So it's like, it's surprising what you can get, And of course, there's for the rest, for those that know how, there's stuff you can go and listen to on the, watch on the internet when you have the technical know-how. So you, in fact, don't really necessarily miss that much. And if you have just internet, you know what? It's be surprising what you get. And over-the-air TV, it's I don't know how many people I told that I know don't have cable, and they're like, oh, I'd like to watch this. There's this channel that charges, this amount of money to see the Super Bowl. I said, what are you doing? You know what? Stick a piece of wire in that hole. Even a piece of wire is going to work. You know, you'll have to fiddle with it to have the correct image, but you'll have it free. There's tons of free over-the-air stuff. Doc ECS 69 VOA is a casualty of our U.S. political troubles. Yeah. Okay, Michael, I have the Thing collection on DVD. Skidology, it's crazy how originally the Republican government cut NOAA and now they're adding tons more stations for NOAA, and now the Canadian Liberal government is the one who cut weather radio in Canada. I am still shocked at this decision of the Canadian government shutting down, Environment Canada shutting down the weather channels. Especially considering that I did some research and found out that one, the NOAA, the weather radio service cost $14 million a year to operate. And for some, it might look big, but in that research, I also found out that Environment and Climate Change Canada has a budget, an annual budget of $1.4 billion. Now, let's put that 14 million into perspective into that $1.4 billion spending. It's pennies. And what I find even worse is that I consider weather radio to be such an important service that I don't understand that there was not some kind of public hearing done by the federal government to ask us, okay, we are thinking of maybe this is, not used or not useful anymore. What do you think? Do you give us your opinion? And all I can say is, I just that nothing like that happened. I consider it a service that's a life or death situation service. How many people's lives could have maybe were saved? How many people, even if their lives were not in jeopardy, how many people, got it good because weather radio warned them with enough advance notice that they were able to get to safety where something bad could have happened. And I'd like to see who decided that. I'd like to meet that person or the group of person and see who they are and see if they really understand what weather radio is. Because there's, the aspect of saving money, but I also have a feeling that the people that are trying to save money with the weather radio service have no idea what it is. And they think it's useless. I wouldn't be surprised a bunch of younger people that are like, well, we have our cell phones. Why do we need this? Yeah, no, that doesn't work that way. Like, so if you open to seeing the thing is wild, you really want the dog to get away. Oh, man. And they're trying to make communications with everybody, but nobody knows anyone. I like when one of the guys on the base says, maybe we're at war with Norway. Because the guys that are shooting at the dog are Norwegian. The end is kind of iffy, though. It's like, okay, they blew up everything, and you're not really sure if, it stays at a point where we're not really sure if one of the two guys could be one of those things. And the ending is kind of, and you're thinking, because they blew it up and they burned it a million times and it's still alive. So it's like, yeah. The Wind, nice to have you here from Seneca County, New York. No, that's all right. There's a way to mention things with staying just above the layer of going too much into the politics of things. That's the way it is. Craig Martinetti says, I have the IPTV Smarter Pro. I paid $50 for 3 months of service. And it's an app. What else do we have? Matt says, Joe, there's tons of channels over the area. I know. There's just in Montreal, there's at least 10. So if I put a good antenna that gets those that are like across the border. Plus, what's cool with the digital channels is that sometimes they have sub channels. So sometimes you'll have, the main channel, but then there'll be a sub channel to it with something else on it. And you're like, oh, look at that. Artist Auto Crafter's Kitchen says, over the air for local stations plus streaming on my Roku TV. Absolute best way to go. Cable is ancient history. There's a reason why cable companies are losing subscribers. This is very simple. Now, why pay? Like I said, because of my caregiving duties, I've got a big package, a big cable package. It gives me, I don't know, something like 60 channels, 70 channels. And you know what? I tell you, I sit down sometimes, when the TV's available, I sit down and start going from channel to channel. And I'm like, it sounds like that, Springsteen sound, 57 channels and nothing on. It's pretty much that. In my case, it's 70 channels and nothing on. I cannot find any single channel with something that looks interesting to watch. Kevin Michael, I get all TV on the internet. I got CBC North TV from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Got a QSL card. My WX50, I used YouTube TV, but I have to have my NFL. Johnson, what about grounding antennas? Is that important for lightning? I feel that if the lightning hits, grounding won't make a huge difference. You don't ground your antenna for lightning. You ground your antenna for another reason. You ground antennas depending on the type of antennas you use. Some antennas do not need grounding, like magnetic loop, like an MLA30 doesn't need grounding. Grounding is to complete a circuit. Some antennas, for example, my end-fed antenna in my backyard is, we'll call it loosely grounded, because at the third floor of a building, grounding is a tough thing to do. It's really to complete the circuit and make the whole antenna circuit efficient. For the most part, that's what it does. In some cases, the grounding also, what it helps is that the shielding of your coax on the antenna, when it's grounded properly, makes it even better to shield from the noise that comes from outside, and it lowers the amount of noise you've got. But it is not and has never been a lightning, to prevent lightning or to prevent your radio from blowing up from lightning. Nothing protects you from lightning. Now, that said, and I'll say it again, I've been listening for 40 some years. I don't want to count anymore. Think about the fact that if you put out an antenna, okay, a wire antenna, stuff like that, the chances of lightning hitting it, it's close to zero. You'll win. You have more chances of winning the lottery. than of that happening. And that doesn't mean it never happened. But what most people don't think about is that lightning doesn't have to hit the antenna. If you have an antenna outside and there's thunderstorms coming, first of all, you unplug the antennas. You always unplug antennas from radios. Okay? Just to protect your radios. If you're scared of my antenna might be hit and, I don't know, fire in my house or whatever, that means the lightning was so close that your antenna is not going to be the problem. It means everything's going to blow up, whether or not you have an antenna, because the lightning strike was so close that it overloaded the electrical circuits. So if a lightning strike falls, like here, for example, say a lightning strike falls in the neighbor's yard, the next neighbor from me, okay? My antenna is disconnected. Not much from that antenna is going to happen. But I might have everything in my house that's connected to the electrical outlets blow up. Why? Because the magnetic field around it is so strong that it will overpower everything that has a wire. So you don't need a direct strike. Most people that have had electrical or fires or things happening because of lightning, most of the time, the lightning never hit direct. It hit very close, but not direct. So the fear of lightning and antennas is a fear that should not exist pretty much. But do keep your radios disconnected. Why? Because if that same lightning falls, say, I don't know, 100 feet away, it's not next door, but it's 100 feet away or 200 feet away, the magnetic field from it is going to be strong enough to induce a current into the antenna that's going to blow up the amplification of your radio. You'll come back home, the radio, everything looks normal, but your radio suddenly is going to be deaf because it blew up the amplifier. So that is much more of a problem than anything else. For the rest, never worry about, I got an antenna up and I'm afraid of lightning. You're afraid of you're afraid of something for nothing. Lightning is something you should be afraid. And whether you have an antenna up or not, if it falls close, that's where you're going to be afraid, because it fell close, not because your antenna did not attract it or anything. There are a couple of exceptions. There are some hams that maybe have really high towers with antennas on them and stuff like that. Of course, that could have happened. If you're in the middle of a field and you got a 100-foot tower and an antenna on top, that's kind of a hello, lightning. You're calling. But it's such an exception to the rule. And if you look at all the hams around the world, millions of hams that happened to have licenses over time, a handful had some kind of problem with that. For the choose, Videotron recently offered me 10 channels with 100 megabits second internet for $100. Yeah, I'm with Videotron for... Here it's complicated because I'm with Videotron now. I used to be with Bell. And what happened is, my Bell was not reliable. And when I moved here 26 years ago, my high-speed internet from Bell was not reliable. And the only way to get it reliable is to move to Videotron back in the day. So it's that's what I did. But now today, it wouldn't be the case. Bell has the wires coming in the back here. And I could see they have that little sticker that says it's fiber optics. So I would bet that Bell today, that cable is probably extremely good for internet service, fast internet. And this is what I play with. When I call every 2 years, I often get a kind of deal. And the deal goes away, and then suddenly my bill goes up. And every time my bill goes up, I call them up and I say, when they say, how can I help you? I say, well, it's too expensive. What can we do? And so we start talking. And oftentimes we can't arrange something. So what happens is I tell them, I said, if I move to Bell, I will be treated now as a new customer after 20 years. And I will have all of their new customer specials. And I don't care. I don't have an allegiance to what company I'm using. So I tell them, I said, I don't have an allegiance to Videotron. I said, if I have to go to Bell, I'll go to Bell. I don't care. So what they end up doing most of the time is the guy will send me to a higher layer where that person can actually do something. And the past 10 years, I did that 3 or 4 times. And all the time, they just looked at me. They just told me, I'm going to put you on a new customer list. They do it. They're like, yeah, we don't want you to move away. We'll keep you on a new customer list. And that's what they've been doing all the time. So it lowers my bill. And I'm like, okay. Because I always tell them, I don't want to lower my services. I want to lower the amount of money it costs me for the same thing. And they end up doing something when you just push a little. But if somebody would say, no, we're not doing that, the hell with it. Cancel my service. I'm going to the other guy. I'm going to the competition. For me, it's the least amount of money possible for what I have. And that's it. Conrad Belt. I've never had cable, but always a satellite dish and, of course, internet. But from a prepper point of view, internet is not the most reliable alternative. Well, for me, it is. Here, I don't know what's not reliable, but for me, everything's reliable on the internet. DH1 AO, back when I played ice hockey, Telecom Magna charged extra €495 for hockey aside a €34 basic payment. So I dumped them completely. Wow. This is the stupid stuff today. It's like everything's going into these specialized channels you got to pay for now. RJ Dakota, I'm sufficiently far enough from the main city, St. Louis, to not be able to pick up the local stations without cable or internet. And we have homeowners agreement that will allow tele antennas. Yeah, there are a lot of cases like that. Definitely, RJ Dakota. When you get in a rural area, you might need, I'm in the middle of a big city, but in many places there's not much to do with, the over the air TV. And over the air HD TV is more sensitive. It's you don't it's you got it or you don't. It's not there's static in the picture like before on analog. Over Mott's American admin law requires government agencies to hold hearings before making changes. Yeah, but usually here we have that. We have those, public announcements that say, well, we're going to do this, and this is we need your input. And on this service, it's almost as if on purpose they just did things so fast to make sure it never comes back. 54 cal cut the cord to get around 60 over-the-air channels with the antenna. So look at that. Kevin Michael, I used NOAA weather on 162.55 during the Kona to Steve, totally agree with you, Jill. What are they thinking? Wrong call with weather radio. Have been using the service forever. Now I have a brick. Yeah, we've got bricks. I got a brick. Here. This is one of my 2 or 3. I got a unit and also one of my 3 bricks now. This does not serve any purpose anymore. This is a specialized weather radio. And this now serves no purpose. No purpose. Except listening to, removing the squelch and listening to the faraway KIG60 on top of Mount Mansfield in northern Vermont to give me some weather from the US. But the problem is that the weather alerts are very specific to an area where you are, you know? So I don't know. Timothy Gunter, why does coax cable exist? People complain of high bills. Yeah. It is very expensive to get cable TV, honestly. Dave, I took a direct hit fiberglass antenna reduced to 1,000 shards on a Yaesu 57 station. Looked like someone with arc welders scribbled on it. Yeah. I would bet you didn't get a direct hit. You get a very close hit. But, you know, you could have had a direct hit too. But most of the time, it's very close hits. More than a direct hit. And one of the things also that's to know is your cable that brings that antenna into your home is just going to vaporize under that amazing voltage and power that has a lightning strike. Roger Dakota, one of my friends long ago had a satellite dish that could receive international stations. It was a moderately large dish placed far from the house. Yeah, there is, and there still is today, from what I know. If you have one of those bigger, older dishes and point it to some satellites, you get foreign broadcast for free. Sheila says, got Bell 5 internet here. Rock stable, never goes out. Yeah. Because here I have what's called an hybrid. I'm on Videotron, so it's a cable. So here to the house, it's a cable. And I know where it goes. The cable goes out and goes to the corner of the street. There's a big box in that. There, fiber goes up to that box. So what do you do? It's kind of an hybrid thing. Fiber to the box, cable to the home. And I have 1 gigabit per second speed. Free to choose. The CRT seriously eliminated the extra fees when you switch to another provider. Good thing. Yep. I mean, now today is like, you know. Shape projects antenna grounding is sometimes a matter of code as well, at least outdoors. Yep. Roger Dakota, ESPN is buying up Red Zone and almost everything connected with the NFL. What is on the satellite these days? Well, a lot of the older satellites that use those huge dishes continue to old programming, like, for example, from international stations, broadcast, the TV stations and all. There's still a lot, apparently, on these things. But, you know, you need to have one of those bigger dishes with the box that goes with it to receive those. I have that story that I always, like, I still remember today. And for those that don't know the story, so when I was a teenager, my sister, Joanne, that died of cancer in 2011, she had a home in Belleuil, Quebec. And so she was a ham operator, and her next door neighbor, he was fiddling with, you know, in those days in the 80s was the big dish. So he was always fiddling with the big dishes and getting, you know, TV from the different satellites. And one day that I was there, you know, we were all outside on the street looking because they were installing a new dish. And the guy was wearing like, you know, shorts that were a little too short. So at one point he's holding on to the antenna. He can't leave it. He's got to hold on to it. And he's hearing everybody laugh. And at first he's wondering why. We're all laughing because his balls were hanging off the side of his shorts, and we're just laughing our head off. And at some point he realized, and he was just yelling, "Shut up, stop looking, go away." I still remember that day. It was just like so funny, so freaking funny. Oh, good. Toast enough. I wonder if they could use satellite to make some weather radios work. I don't know. Well, they can be for sale because those channels are officially dedicated to be that type of service. You can't use them for anything else. Oh yeah, space station is easy to hear on a scanner. Absolutely. Talking of space station coming up. If you guys are looking for slow scan television stuff from April 10th to 14th, April 10th to 14th, the ISS will be sending SSTV pictures on the frequency of 437.550. 437.550. So put that on your calendar. April 10th to 14th. RJ Dakota, the Canadian government and its infinite wisdom has turned your Reticus weather radio into a brick. Yep, absolutely. I don't know if I write back and say, well, now that the weather service is gone, would the federal government kindly refund my weather radio that now is useless? I think you're entitled to refund my money for something that doesn't work anymore. That could save my life. Oh man. Danny, without holding back, what do you foresee is the strategic decision for the activation of weather radio? The limitation to 5 watt and distance coverage on CB and so forth. Wi-Fi is global range. The thing is that you got to understand, and there's a lot of people that were posting comments, and it was interesting to read the comments. And one of the things that I think a lot of people don't understand, first of all, because one of the main comments that comes back regularly with weather radio is, who listens to the weather on VHF? Okay, that's not the point. People don't, I do because I know it's there. I could. But we do get our weather everywhere. So, we don't need VHF to listen to the weather. Absolutely. I don't think a lot of people, even those that knew, do it. They see the weather forecast on their phone, on their TV, whatever. But what I brought up is that's not the point of weather radio. Yeah, it gives weather and it could be useful. But the point of weather radio is its alert system. Its alert system is really good because that tone and that data that they send out will activate a weather radio in its range. The weather radio will tell you what type of alert it is: thunderstorm, tornado, whatever. It's imminent. It's going to happen within the next minutes. And that is the importance of weather radio. All of those radios that suddenly will pop up that alarm and will let you know something bad is happening. And that work where a lot of our cell phones don't work anymore. I when I sent my complaint, I copied the phrase on their own website. The own Environment Canada website said a weather radio is as important to own as a smoke detector. Really? If that's the case, why are you shutting down the service? All these companies are asking the cable companies tons of money for their feeds. Absolutely. You guys are laughing. It's just so funny. It's like, I don't know, I was maybe 14 or 15 at the time, and half of the street was out in the streets laughing their head off. And he couldn't do anything about it. He was too busy holding the antenna. DH1AO, I really like viewing the Save It for Parts YouTube channel. He builds dishes from scrap parts and even a dome in Alaska. Oh, I never seen that channel. Save It for Parts. I'm gonna have to go and check that out. Justin, I like to get my home internet and cell phone from different providers. On a rare occasion, my home internet goes down. I have my cell data to fall back on. Yeah, same here. I'm on a different provider for my phone than I am for my internet and cable. Jasmine, I'm going to be very sad when they deorbit the ISS. No replacement in sight now. Yep. I was reading an article in a science mag. Unfortunately, they'll kind of have no choice because it's getting old and it's getting tougher and tougher to fix. And like everything, it's wearing out. And I mean, it's been there for a while now. But yeah, it is sad to when they will do that. Definitely, I agree with you. It's going to be like, okay. Toslov, I was thinking any low Earth orbit sat could broadcast to weather radios. The problem with low orbit sats is that, you hear it when it's over your head. You don't hear it once it's out of range. And these passes are like 10, 15 minutes long. So, if at the moment of a weather alert, there's no satellites over you that's doing that, it's useless. Because, it's like the ISS. When you hear the ISS with the SSTV, it lasts 15 minutes while it's over your head. But then you have to wait for the ISS to come back around. And I mean, at 14 million a year, you won't get any satellite service that costs that amount of money. It's going to be just more expensive. Just more expensive. Danny, exactly. It is a beacon for emergency communication. It's where people will unanimously tune into a time of uncertainty also. Well, Sam, nice to have you here. The H1AO here in Europe, they banned CW from sea-going vessels to cut costs solely relying on SATs. And you know what? There was I saw an article last year that in I think it was in 2022 or 23, there was a problem with the satellites being used for the ship's positioning and communications. And for 6 long hours, ships at sea didn't know where they were and couldn't contact anyone. I find that kind of scary. If they still had good old fashioned communication capabilities, they could still have continued communicating and, you know, making sure that they're not going to be bumping into another ship at some point. I don't know. Just saying. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you here. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. I want one of those Canadian beers. Jasmine says, "Save it for parts" is awesome, Jill. I recommend it too. Great channel. I'm gonna check it out. I never heard of that channel. Save it for parts. I'm gonna actually add it here to my list of I want to know more about. Check it out. So save it for parts. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. 370,000 subscribers. All right. That'll be something to check out. I definitely will. Michael is getting I saw something about Kevin Michael. Just go here. Chicopee Radio low. Shaver, Jasmine, all right. Getting 27480 with SSB, CB comms. Yep, there's a lot of out of band stuff. What kind of beer are you drinking today? It's the Labatt Blue Dry. Kev Michael, is the Annex satellites still in use? I have no idea. I have no idea. Are there any up there still? I know there's the old ones. Annex satellites. Anything about the Annex satellites? Yeah, there's still the newer ones. Yeah, okay. There's the newer Annex satellites that are meant for some communications and video communications. And they are in geostationary orbit. So yeah, there's new generations of those. We don't hear much about them, but there's new generations of those that are still working. Jasmine, they said private space stations would replace it, but they made the mistake of believing that private companies could replace all of the fabrication and testing and human rating modules. Yeah, corporations have a different reason to do stuff than a space program. The danger of leaving things to private sector is that one of the reasons NASA exists is to be able to do things without, you know, NASA's goal is not to make money. NASA's goal is to make science, and that's very different because they're there to test everything and to make science out of it. The private sector doesn't care about the science. The private sector just want it to work, and we're going to make money. You know, a private sector space station would be, oh, space tourism. Let's charge $1 million per person and let's make money out of this. NASA is not that. And that's why NASA needs to continue to exist and do a lot of stuff. Yeah, the NOAA Weather Service is supposed to have a lot of new things going for it. The money that they're injecting in there is actually going to add new services, as not just new transmitters. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board. Dave says, oops, I got it here. Okay, the WeatherCan app won't work on my device. Samsung S7 Edge, all the phone I need. Yeah, there must be a depending on the version of Android you have, they probably don't have a supported app for that version. Okay, Michael's got Moosehead beer. So cool. Please, he wants Moosehead beer. What else do we have? Brian Lee, is there Google 5 for the phone? Verizon 1 gigabit fiber internet. Google 5, MVNO, and T-Mobile. So lots of stuff. RJ Dakota, there are beers that are not clear. Wheat beers have a mist to them. I usually think of a Blue Moon or a Boulevard beer. Jasmine, do you think a bolder Canadian Space Agency could maybe step up to fill the void? Is there interest in Canada for the Canadian Space Agency to become a larger entity? One of the biggest problems, like every country around the world right now, is that we have a limited amount of money. The Canadian budget is in deficit, so we're literally actually rising the amount of money that we borrow. So our debt is growing, and so there's not. I don't think there's that much interest in making it larger because it costs a lot of money, and we don't have the money to do it. As simple as that, and especially now that the Canadian government has decided that our military budgets are going to explode within the next years, because we want to match the minimum that is being asked of NATO, and the new government in place right now wants to make that faster than it was supposed to be. We're going to need billions for the military stuff. And that means other stuff like the Canadian Space Agency might suffer from that because they're not going to have increased budgets for sure. We already see that the military in Canada has increased budgets. There was an interesting actually report from the BBC World Service. They were in Canada and spent a week in Canada to check out the new and eventually improved Canadian military. And I was surprised with what I heard. Apparently, money is now really available for anything Canadian military, and all is needed is to find where we get a contract and stuff. There was an example they were giving is that they were asking at one point for something like 1,000 beds that they could have, so that in case of emergencies they'd have you know some beds available. Before last year, if they would have asked for 1,000 beds, it was like, yeah, well, someday you'll get them. And it was years and years and years. And the guy that they were interviewing said, we asked for 1,000 beds. It took a week and we had 1,000 beds. Things are changing crazy in the Canadian military right now. So they are spending a lot there, and we got to choose where they're spending our money. And with some of the things that are happening, we're a little squeezed also. We got to remember that someone south is not very happy with Canada, and it also shows up in our Canadian economy. And so we have to make choices. We can't spend everywhere. And like you say, Canadian Space Agency, has contributed a lot in space technology. A lot of you guys don't know, but the Apollo missions, when they landed on the moon, the LEM, that spacecraft that landed on the moon, it had these legs. These were constructed here in Montreal. The legs that were below the LEM were two spec of NASA constructed right here in Quebec. And we contributed a lot of stuff. The Canadian arm on the space shuttle, which was a amazing device that could take tons of weight and move it around the cargo bay of the space shuttle. There's a lot of stuff that we're known for being pretty good at, but I can't see that much of the budgets going higher because of all the constraints we're stuck with right now, and that's the sad part. That's the sad part. I'm gonna tell you that. Chris G, have a cleanup and buy more radios. Arsene, nice to have you here. VA2VMA. Nice to have you on board. Chris, good evening from Kentucky. Nice to have you here. Cosmic Lettuce. Yep, there's a Canadian astronaut on the way to the moon. Our first Canadian astronaut to go on a ship to the moon. DH1AO, Germany increased military budget to additional 500 billion euros, and it's planned to increase. Yeah, same here. Our military budget is going to skyrocket. Canadian legs. So welcome back from dinner, Paul. What is Autocraft's Kitchens? For once, NASA has a decent budget now. The space shuttle fiasco decimated their spending for years. There's a Canadian astronaut on board Artemis 2. The arm on the shuttle was from Canada. Yep. Jasmine, all the arms on all the shuttles, the arm on the ISS. I think the arms on Mars Lander 2. Cosmic Lettuce. Yep, made in Quebec. He landed on the moon softly thanks to Quebec legs. Canadian legs. They're just built south of Montreal in one of those factories there back in the day. And so that was like our contribution among many contributions we did to the space program. It's kind of that's why we have Canadian astronauts going on these missions. It's kind of an agreement that we're not going to give you money, but we're going to give you actual stuff that you can use in your missions, and in exchange, you can have one of our Canadian astronauts from time to time going on some of those missions. So that's why Canadian astronauts are going to space. It's thanks to the fact that the space agency, the Canadian Space Agency, they help with all sorts of things in hardware that NASA needs, and it's a way to pay back the NASA for putting a Canadian astronaut in space in some of those missions. GMAC, I had an aunt and uncle that work at Redstone NASA in Alabama back in the 70s. We would go to there to take a tour. I got to see lots of rockets, and I remember they had gliders also. That was cool. This is just amazing, the stuff we have. The H1AO, I really read NASA had over 100,000 employees from the Apollo project in '69. crazy when you think about it. What's interesting to see in the budgets is also, like, Jasmine just shared the budget of NASA and adjusted for inflation, so you could see the amount of money being given. But look at the time of the Apollo missions, how the budget was way higher than today. NASA as it's a big amount of money. What they have in a budget, like 24 billions. But in the 2026 money, it's not that much, actually. It's not that much. So I'll go and take a few more minutes, guys, and I'm going to be back. Is it all right with you guys? I'm just going to take a couple of minutes off. Let's put it on something that... Let's put it in AM mode. Anything here? Whoops. Things I don't have music. So let's leave it on Madagascar World Voice for a second. And I'm back in a few minutes. We're going to continue the show.
خليني احكي لكم عن موقف جميل قوي. انا كنت راكب القطر في مره وفي ترعه على ايدي اليمين وشفت مشهد غريب جدا. شفت حيوان ميت وغالبا كده بقره حاجه كبيره جدا جدا وطياره الميه سايبها انها ميته مش هتتحرك. وفي مره كنت في اسكندريه وشفت حته سمكه هناك ايه سمكه سمكه عالي جدا جدا والموضوع عالي جدا بس دي ماشيه ضد التيار وبتعوم ومن ساعتها عرفت ايه الكائن الحي يقدر يقاوم ويعيش ضد التيار والكائن الميت رغم ضخامته ممكن الميه تسحب. انا عايز اوصل لحاجه جديده. انا ليا كل يوم علاقه بالمسيح. يا قلبي واعرف كتاب مقدس اعرف ساعتها اعيش ضد التيار. بس هو دايما مش هقدر امشي ضد التيار ده ودي ان انا هجيلك وقت مش هبقى قادره هواكب معاك. انا بقدر جدا بامانه انا دايما يعني اقول الواجب حاجات خطيره جدا بس بكل تاكيد ربنا هيكون معانا فيه. بالمناسبه احنا دايما محتاج قاعده وفاهم ثلاثه كتير من العادات انا ناس تعطل انا معاكم انا هحضر شويه اسئله بصراحه وعاوز يعني ضايقني جدا ربنا يدينا نعمه بكل تاكيد ربنا يستاذن وهيجيب هنا وهيكون معانا ولكن خلينا ناخد القرار انه عايزين نعيش مقدسين. يلا حد يحاول نقول مقدسين يبقى ناخد ايه يا نادر؟ يلا ونتقابل بعد كده
So, 11610 from Madagascar. Hey, David in Barcelona, how are you? Nice to have you on board. Intensely following the Artemis 2 mission. Feels unreal to think there are 4 people on the way to the moon. Yeah, definitely. It makes us that weren't there in 1969 kind of help feel the way people must have felt back in the day with the moon missions. Richard Wagner, I believe when you had the Arrow debacle, many aerospace engineers left Canada for NASA. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, people with a lot of expertise, of course, will try to find places where they're going to be useful. And NASA, I can totally see NASA being a place where, oh, this is where I want to be. Danny, they've been reverse engineering spacecraft since the 50s, Roswell. Yeah. The wind, as far as I am concerned, Canada still our northern brothers and sisters. Yeah, well, for a lot of people, I think it still is. The problem is elsewhere, unfortunately. Jasmine says, whenever I watch a series for all mankind, I think that is what would have happened had the Apollo budget level been maintained. Yeah. You know, and the worst part is when I was watching, I watched a documentary on the space shuttle, um, Challenger, and they were saying that one of the sad things that the Apollo program happened is that when the Nixon administration decided to cut the program, all of the hardware, the capsules, everything you need, all of that was all paid for. It was all paid for. It was paid for nothing. So, I mean, okay, if you want to stop it, at least do the missions where everything has been paid for and then stop it. Don't just like, oh, well, we paid for it, but hey, it's going to go to waste. Who cares? That's wasting money. We would have had more missions, Maybe we would have had missions where I could have, as a young kid, seen on TV, oh, look at that, they're going to the moon again, I mean, the last mission was 1973, or 1972, sorry, 1972, Apollo 17. I was just 3 years old. I couldn't remember that. Free to choose. The difference is that, I remember that the estimated budget, the cost of the Apollo program was in excess of $100 billion back in the 60s. It's a lot of money in the 60s. Because there was a will to, yes, we want to do it and we want to go. So if you put it in context, the Artemis program is actually less expensive, but there's a lot of reusables. For example, the solid rocket boosters are, just kind of retouched shuttle rocket boosters. So there's a lot of the hardware that's like, no, let's not. We already have something that works. Why don't we keep it and adapt it to the new mission? So the Artemis mission is technically less expensive today for the same thing than the Apollo missions. And a lot of the reason is back then we started from scratch. We had to, we went from the US went from flying its first freaking rocket to we're going to the moon. So everything had to be invented and everything had to be done to do that, where today a lot of the stuff is done on things we already know and already have done with the space shuttle, with rockets we send out, and so on. So it's less expensive, but it's still a lot of money. I mean, space exploration will never be cheap. This is where I think the governments should always be the ones that do the space explorations, because, yeah, it's part of our money. It's part of the money in the pocket of everybody. I mean, the fact that there's a Canadian astronaut on that mission going to the moon means that and my income tax is very small, or a smaller part of that income tax that I pay every year has been driven to the Canadian Space Agency to do things and to have an astronaut, Canadian astronaut out there. And I got no problem with that at all, at all. There are things I have much more problem with in me paying my taxes than a astronaut going to the moon. But the point of view is different, and this is where it's always been complicated. Is that the point of view is different depending on who you are, and partly maybe your status in all of the in life compared to others. I have friends that say, well, all the time, it's like, man, what a waste of money doing that. I don't see it as a waste of money personally. I see it as an investment for our future and our survival. Cosmic Lettuce, little known fact, Kennedy tried very hard to kill the funding for Apollo. Really? Wow. The whole world should work together in space. That definitely, definitely, everybody should. Like part of that mission that's going to the moon is also thanks to the European Space Agency. They also helped in there. So we're trying to, it's There's other crafters. Artemis project is cheap because they were able to repurpose parts of from the shuttle, such as engines, and Orion capsule was designed originally for Constellation, which got canceled. Yeah, so they had, there's part of that for sure. Jasmine, fun fact, both the ISS and Chinese space stations have a docking port which handles craft from the other nations. Kind of interesting. I would like to see a Chinese, you know, when one of the things that I've always um, been happy about when I see something like that happened back in the 70s, if you guys remember, when the Americans and the Russians docked together for the first time. It's like, yeah, you're in the middle of a Cold War, you're in the middle of disagreements, but you know what? In science, we're in the middle of people of science just wanting to be together and do things in space. It's kind of cool. Absolutely. The only thing preventing that happening, you're right, Jasmine. Totally. Yeah, I'm a little mixed up with all the like the after shuttle and all the different things that NASA was like trying, and I just don't know. Cosmic Lettuce discovered ADSB. Oh man, you gotta play with that. You can do ADSB on their phone with a dongle. I did that, and I think I made a video. I did that. It actually positions the planes. You can do ADSB with SDR that goes up to 1090 megahertz, and have, what software was I using? The software I was using was positioning the planes where they were thanks to the ADSB data that was coming in. Well, like Jasmine says, like it's like the HFDL on shortwave. Oh, plane plotter. Yes, I think you're right, Jasmine. I was also trying to think what the software I used was. Plane plotter. And it lets you feed the data and give you on a map the position of the planes. Hey, Kenneth, KWLN61, nice to have you on board from a partly cloudy but cooler 87 Fahrenheit. Hoping Gilles is the first Canadian on the moon. If I am, you know what? I want to bring a shortwave radio with me. Actually, I have a question. I want to bring a radio. You know what my experiment would be? Can I hear FM broadcast stations from Earth on the moon? Wouldn't you guys want to know? I would want to know. Will I be able to hear FM broadcast stations on the moon that come from Earth? That'd be a really cool experiment, actually. I have to submit that to NASA. I think they have a place where you submit experiments. Can you hear FM broadcast stations on the moon and with a radio? Chris G, is it the first Canadian ham radio ham in space? No, I believe all astronauts need to be ham operators. So that means that all Canadians that were in space at some point are supposed to be ham operators, from what I know. Is there still that requirement that all astronauts are also to be ham licensed? Cosmic Lettuce, as long as we are dead set on staying there, setting up labs, habitations, I'm 100% in favor of a lunar presence. Yeah, that'd be cool. Skidology as Radio Nacional de Brazil on 11780, and it was coming in, and it is still coming in very, very well here. Look at that, 780. It's their Saturday night music program. RJ Dakota and Artemis is cheaper because the technology is is that much more efficient. Yep. Horizontal Crafter's Kitchen races now between US and China because they want access to water to make hydrogen on South Pole and make fuel to get to Mars. GMAC 2001 Space Odyssey. Mr. Lemmy, I'm worried the 4 will not make it back from the moon. I don't think it's going very well. I think they will come back from the moon. What radio I should take to the moon? Ideally, and it's something that has an SDR, because I'd like to see a spectrum of the signals. I mean, imagine how it would be amazing to like have a radio on the moon that works, and kind of that brand that you're going to bring on, like, if you bring a Texan radio, it's like the first radio ever to be on the moon and work. Trustin, take care. Happy Easter. Kenneth says Glenn Hauser published an article about DXing the Earth from the moon in Popular Electronics. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh man, I need to find that which year and month, because I mean they're all available on the World Radio History. I'd like to download that magazine and read what he was saying. DH1AO playing around with it. RTL 2832U, and yeah, those the combo RTL chips. Richard Wagner, if you, yeah, I technically, because of the surface of the earth with a lot of countries in front of me, that's what I was thinking. There could be like a mismatch of all sorts of signals trying to get. But still, it'd be kind of fun to just try and check out. David says, I'd say it'd be possible to receive signals from Earth on the moon, but my guess is that it'd be necessary to use a pretty high gain antenna for that. A telescopic would definitely not be enough. I'm not sure a telescopic could not be enough, but I think a very good directional antenna might be like that can pinpoint a very small space of Earth would be better. So we can pinpoint like a country or because if we just, but I don't know. I mean, remember that FM broadcast, we used to have here in Montreal a 300,000 watt FM station. I think that when reached to the moon is powerful enough even when a telescopic. That would be nice experiments to do. Telescopic, wire antennas, dishes, very, very fine, antennas that pinpoint to a specific location on Earth. Kevin Michael been watching marine ship traffic via the internet. So we know that the power of a transmission is four times weaker when we double the distance. So let's try it, Cosmic Gladys. Let's try it with our super FM station here in Montreal. 300,000 watts. 300,000 watts. How much power is left when we're on the moon? Well, it depends. Our Craster's Kitchen, we don't know that. Maybe that Orion capsule is super noisy. Maybe we need to shield it more. We don't know. Jasmine, I'd also take a really long wire to stretch across a crater to make a radio telescope. Cosmic Lettuce. Apollo astronauts reported strange noises coming from their radio when they were on the far side. Interesting. You know what, Brian Leisner? I think Texan is surfing on the popularity of their radios, but they're not necessarily going to do that. Well, it's not a disagreement. It's the fact that I don't think Texan wants to go there. I mean, their radios don't even have RDS, Kenneth Jill, I believe it was in the late 80s, and the cover of Popular Electronics had an astronaut with a Yagi outside of the moon base. Okay, I'm gonna search. No, I know they're not anymore at 300 kilowatts, but they used to be, and that was crazy. The story behind those that don't know, the story behind that station, CKOI, was C'est Quoi, but we're calling it C'est Quoi here in Montreal. was at 300 kilowatts is that they asked for 30,000 watts when they were asking for their license. And somebody put 300,000 watts on the paper instead of 30,000. It was a mistake. And the funniest thing about it is that when they got their license, they were actually accepted with 300,000 watts. And they ran that power for a long time. And to give you an idea, when they ran that power, you would hear them everywhere. They were like the station. You would go in a car and drive far away and tune around. You'd hear almost nothing coming out of Montreal, like 50 miles away, but you'd hear that station. Sequoia would be on your radio. And I mean, that was something. And back in the day, they had the top ratings all the time. And a lot of people think that they had the top ratings. You know why? Because they were actually having such a huge surface with their transmission that they had a huge audience because of that. And it gave them like the number one spot all the time on the ratings. But when they moved their transmitter, they had to reduce the power to be in some legal limits. So today, I don't know, maybe I would guess that maybe they're using their 30,000 watts or 30 kilowatts like they were supposed to at the, on the license when they applied for the license. So yeah, that definitely is yeah, there's all sorts of things like that. Horizontal, vertical, polarized. So, cosmic lattice. According to Grok, the amount of power on the moon, at the moon, of 300,000 kilowatts is 0.161 picowatt per square meter. Okay, that's pretty weak, though. But, man. They were... I don't know what antenna they were using back. I think they were just using some kind of omnidirectional antenna to cover all of the area equally. It was crazy. It was really crazy. Back in the day, that station was all you could hear. If you had a bad radio, all you heard was Sequoia all across the band. You know what? I tell you guys, this place is the toughest place in the world for any radio to perform well. There you go. This is exactly that. David, an SDR like an SPI would be great for space use, sensitivity, selectivity. Small, lightweight. Does it be possible to use it with one of the laptops, tablets already on the spacecraft? Yep, definitely. Zycraft Kitchen says, 10 Commandments on ABC now. So it is written, so let it be done. I wish it was that easy now. Cosmic Lettuce, I would assume any large city is not too good for RF in general. Yeah. Yeah. The here it's crazy. Here a radio needs to be built like a tank for performing well in my area. I can tell you that. It's just crazy. Man, it's interesting to think about all of those things, and I'd like to be, I don't know, some kind of radio techie specialist trying to see, all sorts of communications through space and so on. It'd be just great. Okay, Michael, there's AMs that use the moon as a moon bounce to reflect a radio signal. By the way, guys, if you like what I do, super chat here, and pizza and cat treats for Paul through PayPal if you want to help me out You have no ideas, guys, how it's been helpful that you helped me out with the low monetization of the channel. Keeps me going, keeps me here every Saturday, and it is much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. And of course, looking at, maybe new radios that will be coming out. If all goes well, this is April. I might be getting some news from Anonco about the Texan PL 520 that I could get a copy of, which would be great to test out. And there's also a few radios that I'm looking at that your contributions are going to go at to checking out, what could be purchased. I purchased the M Lite with all the hype that came with it. My review's coming up, guys. I know that it might have been, might be in the a little long, but it has, in like tons of menus and tons of options. So I'm playing with them to make sure that I don't go out and say something that's not right. Sorry, guys. Okay. So, it's kind of important to do it right, So, thank you so much, Kenneth, for your donation. Much appreciated. Christopher Tutt, thank you so much for the donation. Gerald McNeil, thank you so much. And of course, again, Brian Leisner, Kevin Davidson, much appreciated. Much appreciated. And I would have liked that. I should have done something like that. I found the best radio in the world for $20. No more other radios now. This is the one. As an April's Fool's joke. So thanks, Kenneth, for the donation. Much appreciated. It is Cosmic Lettuce. Definitely. We have fancy walkie-talkies in our pocket. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what it is. This thing is a walkie-talkie. I mean, these are radio devices. People don't realize that, WSI Homebrew, I have a new unwanted radio repair project. My Ameritron 600 watt amplifier died last week. It will be a challenge to see if I can repair this myself. I think, I'm not sure. I think Mr. Carlson's lab repaired one of those at some point. One of those big amplifiers at some point. Whatever you do, be careful because these things have very high current. Kevin Michael, Rogel and Grundig, Satellite 800, I have 118 to 137 airband. How come they didn't put the whole VHF band? That's a question of, like a lot of radios. It's a question of design. And think about it, that airband is in AM mode. So the circuit that does it probably is using the AM mode, but doesn't have an FM. You'd have to add an FM, a narrow FM to it. That radio does not do narrow FM. When you're listening to FM broadcasts, you're in a wide FM range. So you would have to add a lot more circuit to the radio to continue the VHF band. Because a 118 to 137 uses the AM detector, which is already there. And if you wanted to continue, you have to add a narrow FM detector, which does not exist on that radio. You only have a wide FM detector, which would be useless for the rest of the VHF band. So I would guess that is mostly the reason why they don't do it. On many small portables, the same thing. Like the PL680 I got here. It has the airband. But the airband is an AM mode, and it uses the AM detector circuit. If they would have continued to say up to 174 megahertz, then they would have had to add the capability to be narrow FM, extra circuit, extra price. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Marvin Mutz. Yeah, that's very important to discharge the capacitors. Very, very, very important to discharge the capacitors before you do anything. I mean, this is number one thing to do. I can tell you that. Martyrs Alicratus Kitchen have been having fun with GEAM solid state radios from late 50s. Sensitivity is amazing. If it was not for modern man-made noise. Yeah, that's what we're stuck with, unfortunately. Well, say G from Chicago, nice to have you on board. Any idea the cost of the TW? What's TW? Oh, the okay, of the Texan 520. Not yet, because it's not. Well, there are prices on AliExpress and places like that. Somebody can maybe say how much they paid for it. Some have purchased the Chinese version, but the official export version, I don't know yet what price it's going to be for. I have a hard time thinking it would be more expensive than a Texan PL330. Tobruk Tim, nice to have you here. Thanks for the tip. Much appreciated. Mike B, thanks for the tip. Much appreciated. Mike WS50. Popular Electronics, April 1977. LTDX Earth Radio from Outer Space. Oh, thanks for the... Oh, this is going to be a good read. I can't wait to see this one. Oh, man, this is going to be good. I'm going to save it in my computer here. This is going to be a good read. I like these old magazines when I download them on my tablet and everything. Cosmic Lettuce, I've blown out a lot of caps, but I've never been zapped by one yet. Yeah, you don't want to be zapped by one of those big ones, I'm going to tell you that. So Brian Leisner paid $90 at AliExpress. Same as the non-sale price for $330. So there you go. Pretty much the same price, actually. That's good. That's pretty good. Any pirates on right now? I'm wondering. Shortwave pirates. Anything showing up? 9965 upper sideband music station. 9965. Oh yeah. Upper sideband. 9965 upper sideband, guys. Go and check that out. It's a BG song right now. Oh no, it's not a. Sorry, it's a. It's Chain Reaction by Diana Ross. I heard a very high pitched voice and it sounded like the Bee Gees. So, and now it's Broken Wings. So let me check it out on the 9965 M. Oh yeah, M light. Look at that. That must be Mixed Radio International. That signal is so wide. So with the calibrated, just for a few seconds. Look at that, guys. It's pretty. Let me put there's a bandwidth selection, I believe. There's a bandwidth selection that I need to choose. What's the bandwidth selection? So 9965. Where's the bandwidth selection? Well, that's good. That's the steps. I need to... So 9965, very strong. Pirate station with broken wings. The size of the signal, especially when you look at it on here, it seems to be. I wouldn't be surprised this is Mixed Radio International. It's like 10 kilohertz wide. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Check it out. Old radios, I'm paranoid of getting zapped. That's half of the reason I don't fix electronic items. Oh man, I got zapped so much over time, over the years. Now when I buy a new, when I get a new, in any place I get a new tube radio, I plug it in the, 30 feet extension and plug it in from another room. So if it explodes, I'm not there. Brian Leesner, common practical joke at the TV repair shops was, here, catch, with a charged up tap. Oh, God. Free to choose, 9965 comes in like a ton of bricks here. Marvin Motts, I've been zapped by caps and by metal odd chassis many times. Yeah, same here. Holy Light Crafter's Kitchen, 9965, loud and clear in Massachusetts. Skidology, not very often you get a pirate on 31 meter band. Cool. Yeah, that points also to Mixed Radio International. He's the only one that goes around on the different bands. My WX50, just as the ionosphere makes possible long-distance communications between different points on Earth, it is an obstacle to communication from Earth to other planets. What motivates radio pirates? I can relate to that. I would be motivated simply by the fact that I get on one, they have that spirit that I would, I can see a pirate radio guy being that guy that would love to have his own radio show and be on radio. And that's the occasion to do it. And add to it the motivation of now there's that HF Underground website where a lot of people post what they hear on pirate. So what they do is they look at HF Underground. Where do people hear me? Who hears me? And it's a mix of having fun being a radio guy doing a radio station, and a mix of let's see who hears me out there on the shortwave spectrum. It's kind of fun. You get a thrill of, oh, somebody's hearing me in Quebec, Canada. Somebody's hearing me down in Florida. Somebody, oh, there's where my signal goes. Free to choose. Where is that station located? I bet not far from us here. We don't know where they are, but a lot of the pirate stations on the East Coast are in the Northeast somewhere. You know, could be state of New York, could be in Massachusetts, could be somewhere there. There's a lot of pirates on the East. I suspect there's maybe not that many pirates, but a handful of guys that are broadcasting the different pirates. Sometimes in a night, I notice that when you hear 3 or 4 different pirates, they all seem to have the same level, the same signal level. So it's like, yeah, I think the one guy relaying 4 pirates, you know, things like that. But Mixed Radio International is very powerful, you know, so. Timothy Gunter, 9965, received in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Danny Velo, so do you think we have access to functioning and have used reverse engineering spacecraft? I'm not there personally, but you know, anything's possible. So what else do we have? Brian Leesner, I watched high frequency AC burn its way through my finger while taking a voltage. Yeah. That is also possible. David, I'm seeing on the Deep Space Network Now website from NASA that Orion capsule communication are already being ended from the station to Canberra to one in Madrid. The moon is already high enough here. Hey, Matt, nice to have you on board. Normal, you fell asleep, hardworking man, you know. Scatology 9965 seems to sound clearer if you increase the bandwidth. Yes, it's a very wide bandwidth. He actually says that he has CD quality audio when you put the full bandwidth on your radio. Like, for example, here I'm on USB, and the bandwidth for my radio on USB is 3 kilohertz or something like that. Let me just change the bandwidth here. Where's my bandwidth? I used to have the bandwidth on the display for some reason. I don't have it. So let's do it on 9965. Oops, I clicked on the I'm gonna go back down 9965. So here. So right now I'm at a small. Oh, I clicked something. My display isn't the same as usual. That's the fun of these radios. Trying to find where the freaking thing that I do to have my display. Okay. I should have. So where's my bandwidth selection? My bandwidth selection. Radio settings. Yeah. Usually I have a bandwidth selection here in the display. So I have the mode. Yeah. And it should say 3 kilohertz usually. And I should have, so I click here, that's the attenuation. Nope. Level time, nope. What the hell did I do to remove that? Nothing like not finding what you want. Okay. I need to... Okay, that's okay. Oh, here we go. That's what was missing. So, roofing filter, 12 kilohertz. Oh man, that sounds beautiful. And look at the span. Let me put my radio at 20 kilohertz for the span. This is the whole signal. It's super wide. At 12 kilohertz, it sounds amazing on the Yaesu. I gotta tell you that. So if you have an SDR, just put your bandwidth as big as the signal you see on your SDR screen. It really, really sounds amazing. We call it a pirate cosmic lettuce just because he's unlicensed and or transmitting in parts of the shortwave spectrum. It could be a ham radio license guy, but he's transmitting in the shortwave spectrum where he's not allowed and it does not have a license to do so. So that's why we call them pirates. They're just unlicensed to do what they're doing. And he knew there's nothing like hearing your very own call sign on the air for the first time. Yep. Brian Leesner, sharp solder joint near my hand, and it literally jumped off the solder joint and burned through my finger. Ouch. Mike B, 9965 sounds good in Southwest Colorado. Yeah, like many other pirates started out of the Crafter's Kitchen. A lot of the pirates in Northeast U.S. Where exactly? Well, you could pinpoint. You could use the triangulation from 3 Kiwi SDRs. Try to find a approximate spot. Like Raptors. All I can think of is a puffy shirt episode on Seinfeld, but I don't want to be a pirate. That episode was good. That one, and when he's trying to date that Native American girl, and everything turns into like, everything is racist and so on. He asked the Chinese postman, where's the Chinese restaurant in the area? And the postman just go nuts. Oh man, that one I love. And then Kramer comes with that cigar store Indian in the car and does that, oh God, perfect moment. That was one of the best Seinfeld moments. Skidology, I'm listening on my SDR, so I increase my bandwidth to the width of the signal on the waterfall. DH1AO, anyone here got hot fingers because of HF in the shack? Every time I forget to choke. I have the FT450, a Yaesu FT450 here, and the microphone, the wire that goes to the microphone were uncovered. One of them was uncovered. And every time I would talk, I'd have to put my hand in a different position because when my hand touched that copper wire in the microphone, every time I would transmit, it would like pinch, like real hard pinch, like it hurts really well because of the RF coming out of the microphone. Only on certain bands, showing us that those bands were not great. Stay away from the 400 hertz. Oops. And wow, I had my first crash of Chrome. What else do we have? Skillology. I would like to transmit a pirate station, but I don't want to have the ISCD knocking on my door. On HF, on shortwave, on HF, if you do it, sporadically, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking on your door. Look at the US. The FCC in the US is mostly, catching FM pirates because they're easy to pinpoint. But on shortwave, they kind of don't really, don't really care, honestly. Jasmine, Shell's going to have a lot of catching up to do when he gets back, if he continues at all. Mike WX50, I can only get 6 kHz bandwidth on the online Kiwi SDR. But they don't accept wider than that. You can't do more than that. Man, it's very strong. 9965 is an amazing signal. Look at that. That is beautiful. Getting S9 on 9965 here without preamp or anything. I mean, if I put preamps on this thing, which usually are with PO, AM2, here we go. I just put the amp to the highest amp level. Pushes the signal to S9 plus 20. Never really used the amps, the preamps or the amps, because the amplifier is just... Man, sounds like a Saturday night disco party at Mixed Radio International. What did you just say? I kicked the button. So they just ID'd, I think. It's definitely a Saturday night station for music. I'm gonna tell you that. WF7I Homebrew seems like very lax FCC enforcement on 40-meter SSB handband of late. Just sounds like circus. Yeah, I think they're focusing. You know where they're focusing? They're focusing where the money is. Where the money is, all the FM broadcast stations are complaining, and they are $1 million operations. So if they interfere with those, they go for it. For the rest, I don't think they have that much. They don't want to. And they don't want to, do that much more. Brian Leisner can get wider than 15 on the SDR play. Oh, you can. It's a question of playing with the different modes. I did more than 15, but I can't remember the process. Kenneth says 9965 is about 311 here in Tucson, Arizona. Others got a Crafter's Kitchen says, yep, the FCC is the only thing keeping me from being a pirate, thinking they would toss me into the slammer for a long time. Well, from what we see with the FM pirates in New York, they haven't been doing anything, and they haven't even got the money for the fines. It's almost like more of a joke than anything else. But, I'm not, for sakes of this video, and me being a ham operator, I do not recommend to anyone to be a pirate. But let's just say that shortwave pirates are not really being targeted for anything. So, you know. North American pirates, schedology, all come from the US. There is not one known pirate in Canada right now. Nobody will tell you of any pirates they've heard that is Canadian. They are all in the United States, a lot of them in the Northeast. And I can't pinpoint any pirates coming from Canada. If there is one, there's one that is Elbows Up Radio. That one we think may be a Canadian one. That one we think might be a Canadian one. But for the most part, all the pirates on HF on shortwave that you hear, like this one, all are from the United States. All of them. It shows you that, you know. The H1O, once I got an impressing visualization of standing wave by my coax cable working 430 megahertz. Every half wavelength the coax melted. Lots of smoke and it smells. Ugh, yeah. Schedology, is the ICD more litigious than the FCC? I don't think so. I think it's a, you know, when we do the International Radio Report, we regularly have reports from the United States, the FCC, finding FM pirates. And what happens is that the first thing that came to mind many times in talking to Sheldon about it is, if there are so many pirates on the FM band with different communities in New York City. New York City is one of the major pirate hubs of FM broadcasting. What came to mind for me is, why isn't this happening in Montreal? Why don't we have FM pirates in Montreal? You know, there's, from what I know, never really been one. And I don't think it's because the ISCD is better at it than the FCC. I think it's a question of, I don't know, it's a question of how we are. I think there's more spirit of, you know, free airwaves, and I'm going to have my station because airwaves should not be regulated from Americans than in Canada. I think it's just a way of thinking. I don't know. But it's always been a question for me. It's like, why aren't there FM pirates in Montreal? It's a fairly big city. And New York has tons of them. This is, you know, it's a question. And your question is valid, is, you know, why? I think it's just not a thing. It's just not a thing here in Canada. You know, it's weird to think about it, but I don't think the ISCD is better than FCC. ISCD here, I think it's two guys in Ottawa. You know, two guys in Ottawa. I don't even think there's somebody in Montreal that can enforce anything that would be sent to them as a complaint from a pirate in Montreal. They would have to send somebody from Ottawa over, but it's like there's nobody. Nobody does anything. So it's kind of weird when you think about it, you know? Archer's Crafter's Kitchen, but I want to be a pirate. The H1N0 AO says, in the 90s, we had a lot of intruders, broadcasters on the ham bands, mostly from Russia and the Middle East. Not so much today. Schedology. So it's more just the fact that you can easily purchase medium wave airtime in Canada, and that way there's no need to run a pirate station. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Honestly, maybe it is. We got a lot of ethnic stations in Montreal on medium wave AM and a couple on FM. So maybe it's easier to get your, station, whatever you are in your community, and to start your own station and do something. Maybe it's easier, or once again, like I will say, maybe it's, Canadians are known to be, all Americans hear that all the time. Canadians are known to be always polite. Maybe it's this way of also being, Canadians are also more inclined to do it in the legal way, to be on and have your radio station. And there could be a lot of other things in there. Somebody could be buying a transmitter not even knowing that if you put it on the air. I don't know. So yes, there's a lot of ethnic stations in the US too, but why I'm saying ethnic is because in New York, it's ethnic communities that have the majority of all the pirate stations. Latino, Asian, and so on. It seems to be mostly ethnic groups that want to have their voice and have pirate stations in New York City. So it could be the same here. But, I don't know. Roaring 2020s, Aishel, when was the last time you played with a coil and a diode kid's shortwave receiver? Well, the other day I showed you guys a few weeks ago that I have a Elenco experimental kit here, and I made an AM radio with it. And so, I'm a kid inside. If you give me time, if tomorrow you give me like the whole day to do what I want, and you give me a handful of parts, and it's like, I'm going to have fun. I'm still a kid. I still have fun building a crystal radio. I still have fun building the basics of, just for fun. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm a big kid. I am a big kid. I'm sorry, but I am a big kid. Schedology, but that doesn't make sense because it's not the RCMP's job to enforce radio laws. It's the ISCD's jobs. Yeah, but the ISCD will go to the RCMP or the local law enforcement, just like in the US. If they really want to stop something, what the FCC does is help take law enforcement with them. Marvin Motz, that's a question. Anything could be. Anything could be. It's a very interesting, concept. And why are there more pirates in the U.S. than Canada? It's very, Oh, I like that. Joseph says it's not necessarily you're a big kid. It's more that adulthood is a big myth. That is true. That is true. Thank you, Jose G, for the donation. Much appreciated. But you're right on that. You're totally right on that. It could be simply that. It's 0 UTC. Is there a... Let me see. At 0 UTC, there's Slovakia at 030. But I think... I think that... Yeah, Radio Romania is at 01 in an hour's time on 11,620 kilohertz. But yeah, I know it's interesting. And why is it that way in certain areas and not in others? And everything is possible. But as far as HF pirates, I think anybody that does an HF pirate in a decent way doesn't interfere with anybody. I don't think that that the FCC is not going after you. They're not even listening. WF7I Ombre says, I definitely have had enough adulting for the past few years, ready to be a middle-aged child for a while. I like that. Oh, God. I like that. You definitely. So, hey, guys. I am going to say goodbye. We've been on for 4 hours. I've got the International Radio Report to edit, and I've got to eat. So I want to thank you guys for the donations, by the way, through the Super Chat, through the PayPal. Don't forget, it is super helpful, and I really hope that you enjoyed the show today. We went everywhere: space exploration, pirate stations, everything. It's kind of cool. So next week, 20 hours Universal Time, will be on the air again, and we will talk radio and just have fun. So hope that you had fun tonight, and I want to thank everybody for an amazing time. And see you next Saturday for the Shortwave Radio Show. It's always fun to be here. So take care, guys. Hey, you got to come in earlier, Kenneth. So take care, guys. Love you all. And stay safe. All right. Happy Easter. Or happy chocolate day. Whatever you are. And the scale of what is happening. Hey, Bobby Burgess. Nice to have you on board. Stay safe, guys. Take care. Have fun.